Hello, welcome into the stream that we've got today, the Store Championships of Zulu's Board Game Cafe. My name is Jake. Thank you so much for watching. I have realized that I can hear myself from somewhere. There we go. I was double hearing myself, but it was because I wanted to hear the cool promotional video that Zulu put together on the stream to showcase at the very beginning. Is a ton of fun. Thank you so much for joining me. And if you're watching the VOD, we will have the championship starting soon. Right now, they're just trying to get people off of the wait list and into here. But I wanted to talk to you guys early, see how all of you are doing. Welcome on in. Also, Axios, Cyclops, Beaches, what's going on over on Twitch, and then Gunda, J Beppo, Soup. We got Joquin. How are you all? What's good? What's good? What's good? How many people are in the tournament? This is a 64-person tournament. I don't know for sure, but I would assume after the wait list, it will be full, right? Because you can qualify off of nationals on this. Most of all store championships that I've heard of lately are at capacity, whether they're 32-person events or 64-person events. This event is going to be going on at the Zulu's Board Game Cafe over in Washington, Seattle, I believe. I think it's Seattle. It's somewhere in Washington, somewhere far, far away from where I am in Las Vegas. So just like yesterday when we streamed the Lone Star Pack Breaks Championships, they're phoning me in today. They're sending us a live feed to be able to broadcast their store championship. Zulu's Board Game Cafe is one of two shops that I know in the state of Washington, right? So very cool for them to reach out to me and want to do this. I'm so happy to be able to bring them in. Yo, Zimzam, what's good? How are you in Norway? Were you watching the Lille regional earlier today, by the way? In case, just curious. Yo, James, what's good? James, how are you? I have no clue if there are Vegapunks today. There might be one, but I wouldn't expect any more than that. Either 0 or 1. I do not know. But it's going to be a fun one today. If you've seen the championships around the country that have been going on, both of standard format regionals and the Red Bull Double Dawn event that happened yesterday, it concluded yesterday. We will be going over that on the channel probably tomorrow, to be honest. So if you haven't checked out the Red Bull event, make sure to subscribe, check out the channel for more. But for today, we're going to be showcasing the meta of the standard format that we got OP15, post ban list, post rotation. It's going to be so fun to see in this championship. We have seen throughout the different events that have been happening this weekend that there is pretty much three top contenders, right, within the format. Purple NL is the deck to beat. It's quite pretty much the best deck in format, I would say, as the top dog. You also have, right, Nami. Nami has made a lot of noise. I'm pretty sure it won the Lille Regional, right? It did. Yes, it won the Lille Regional, and also I believe was second and third place in the Red Bull Double Dawn event on top of that. And it was the winner in yesterday's store championship at the Lone Star Championships that we've showcased on the channel. And then the third best deck, Lucy, such a strong contender as well. So it looks like those are the top three decks of the format. And then you can sprinkle in a ton of other decks like Red, Green, Luffy, definitely a strong deck as we saw yesterday through its play, both on our channel and also in various championships that have been going on. There's some sleeper stuff going on as well that you can do. It's super, super fun. You tried to watch, but we're kind of busy. Yeah, I mean, if you're in Norway, the Lille Regional happens in the middle of the day for you. So, like, if you got something going on this lovely Sunday, it's a little hard to catch in. But I'm pretty sure you can watch the VOD online as well. And just like those championships, this VOD will be public. So if you got to step away for any reason, if you have to, go walk the dog, or you got to help your grandma cross the street or something like that, and you got to step away for a second, this stream will still stay public if you miss any rounds and whatnot in the championship for you to rewatch, whether it is while we're still live or after the fact, I'll say. So pretty excited for this one. There's going to be a lot to happen. What do you all think is going to win today, by the way? Leave your predictions in the chat, whether you're on Twitch or YouTube. Appreciate everybody who's jumping in and hanging out. You think Red Green Luffy is better than Lucy at the moment? I will say, like, the games that I watch of Red Green Luffy, it probably takes a lot to know the matchups. Like, I think probably overall in a matchup spread, probably Lucy is better. But when you have a super high skill pilot like Kev from the Red Bull Double Dawn event, like Rick Master, Flash, those kinds of players, I think Red Green Luffy can be so good, in my opinion. Being able to manipulate the Dawn, being able to just be so defensively or so defensive in the late game. And it was kind of surprising. I haven't watched a lot of the Red Bull Double Dawn event because obviously we were streaming, but I caught just a smidge of the finals just to see like where they were at in the timeline and stuff. And because Kev is a big member of the Chinois Cup, which I'm really, really excited about. Yo, what up, Sir Timsta? How are you today, man? Thank you so much for coming in. But I know there was one of the games, I can't remember if it was like top 4 or finals, now that I think about it, but in one of the games, Kev was super willing to take life at the beginning of the game, just like stack the hand as time went on, similar to like Red Green Law in a sense. So I thought that was very, very interesting, and I'm looking to see what comes out. What won yesterday's event? It was Blue Yellow Nami. Blue Yellow Nami was the winner of yesterday's event. So winning that store championship, winning Lil regionals that happened earlier today. By the way, Luigi Amato was the winner, I believe. Yeah, Luigi Amato was the winner of the Lil Regional. So congratulations to him, another fabulous content creator and a friend of mine over in Europe. Very happy that he was able to get his win through that. Very exciting. I'm excited, man. It's going to be cool. It's going to be fun. Hopefully, you all are ready to join me in here. I will have a co-caster for a lot of this championship. They're going to be making their way on here soon. I believe. I think they're a local of the Zulu's Board Game Cafe, which I'm really excited about. I love having a co-caster in here. And then we'll be getting to you soon, I believe. Yo, MBTCG, what's good? You got 4-1. Oh, scrubbing out of invite range. I'm sorry to hear that. But congratulations on 4-1. That's pretty good. Pretty good at a store championship. Oh, you did it with Croc too. That's even more impressive right now. Because I feel like I'm not seeing like any Crocs within like the major championships. Like Croc is almost like a rogue deck, it feels like. Which is kind of surprising because I feel like he's pretty okay. I feel like in the format. You heard Double Dawn. It was so fun to look at the entire event. I know, Zizzy, it's insane. Like, Chad, if any of you have not seen like pictures or videos from the Double Dawn event about like the venue, about the hospitality and the event that they put on overall, oh my gosh, it looked so good and it looked so fun. Like, honestly, it looked like one of the best championships, especially One Piece specific championships that has been held, especially a major event like that. So I'm going to be trying real hard to qualify for the Red Bull Double Dawn event next time because it looked so sick. And I did get a swag PR box that Red Bull sent me. Shout out Red Bull and Play TCG. They had sent me that. So obviously I'm a fan of the event because it was so awesome. But yeah, that event was crazy. It was so good looking. I can't wait to, maybe see like a vlog or something that people post. I saw a couple like short form content, like edited videos and stuff of the event, and it just looked like so much fun. Croc won your store championships last night. Finals was Croc versus Nami. I think that matchup is totally winnable as Croc. Like, yeah, there's a lot of healing, but like you're not really playing a ton of bodies that Croc can't stun. And then just like most other matchups, if I'm able to get the zombie Luffy, the nightmare Luffy down onto the field and become a 7K leader, like that's just so good defensively, I feel like, for a lot of situations. Because there's a lot of, especially like a thriller bark package, there's a lot of little bodies that are either 5,000 or 6,000 powers. So they need like a Dawn or two attached, which can be huge. How do you qualify for the Double Dawn event? Does your local scene have to have a tourney to qualify in? So I'll let you know about that, Cyclops. For anyone who does not know, the way that the Red Bull Double Dawn structure worked, this time around. It may be different in the next time, so who knows, but I would assume that it'll probably be relatively similar. There were different qualifiers that happened across the country in North America or exclusive to the United States. I don't believe it was present in Mexico or in Canada. It was just the United States for an event. But there were qualifiers that happened across the country. There was only a very, very small select amount of stores that were able to hold one of those qualifiers. And then I think it's if you won the event, if you won the qualifier, you got invited into the finals, which is what happened this weekend. So pretty good. Ooh, your neighbor played Croc and low. Like, I think Croc is just a super fun deck. It's so fun to me, and I love the style that it has too. So I'm pretty stoked about that. Some of the other decks that I'm really curious about if we'll see today, obviously red, green, Luffy. Ace, we saw a bit of Ace in the tournament yesterday that we hosted on the channel, and a very unique way to play Ace, right? Running 4 of the OP08 tax beards. If you saw my tweets or talking about that specific deck list. So I wonder, one, if other people are doing that kind of strategy, but also just what decks maybe look like, because it's definitely for sure that Ace has fallen off a little bit within the meta, right? It's not as heavy as a meta contender as what it used to be. So, going to be curious to see if it can try to hold on within this format. Also, Gecko Moria. We saw Gecko Moria just be a strong deck yesterday. Unfortunately, had an unfortunate end to the finals of the championship that we had yesterday. But, there's so many people that are high on it. We've seen the strengths of the deck, of some of the dangerous stuff that it can do, right? And it wouldn't surprise me to see one like pop off in this championship as well, especially for store championships, right? I think the amount of variance that you can have within a format is a little bit higher. So it's going to be really curious to see what happens at the end of there. But again, thank you so much for joining me. I'm going to put my Discord on do not disturb because you guys can't hear the pings, but I keep getting like pinged on stuff. So I'm going to get rid of that. But yeah, as I mentioned earlier in this championship, I think the tournament is set to start in about 10 minutes. They're probably getting everybody they're getting everybody off of the wait list in, registered their decks, things like that, getting organized and doing, all the typical tournament stuff before they get going. See a lot of emus winning Asia flagships, but I don't think it'll translate in the West because of the number of rounds. Well, I think there's not only, well, I don't know about maybe at like the store championship level, right? Like it probably won't be much different than a flagship in a sense in terms of tournament structure, but maybe in like a big regional or something like that. Yeah, maybe that doesn't translate over to there, but I mean, we've seen, especially at the major championships that are happening in Japan, Emu has taken that decline. It's still like a decent deck and it's still a viable deck if you want to play it, but it's definitely not like both him and Ace are definitely not in as favorable of a position as they have been in previous formats. They've definitely taken a step back. What did Moria lose to in the finals yesterday? Technically himself, not to spoil it, but yesterday, the Gecko player that we had accidentally made a gameplay error that I don't think neither player realized. And by the time that we were able to communicate to the judges and intervene and stuff like that, the game state was too broken to really walk back. There were too many factors that happened in to be able to walk back. So we unfortunately had to get a game loss. So it was an unfortunate end to the stream yesterday. But I will say in this tournament specifically, we do have a stream specific judge. Shout out to Zulu's Board Game Cafe. So we will have a judge there on standby, and I'll be able to type in and let them know, if something didn't get caught or something like that. But we should be able to communicate with the judges a little bit easier in this tournament and also be able to intervene in certain things if there's any gameplay errors or anything like that. So pretty excited about this one. Yeah, it's unfortunate. I mean, it totally happens, and I don't think it was malicious. It's just one of those things in a situation to where like it just didn't, it's not a situation that happens often, so you probably don't really think about it, but it sounds like also that our other commentator is here and ready to rock and roll. So, gee Wheezy, what's good? Tell everybody about yourself.
Oh, hello. Nice to meet you. You go by
Nice to
Jake
meet
or
you.
close to Jake?
You can
Jake
go
is
either
fine.
way.
Okay,
Jake
yeah.
is the easiest way to say it. Yeah.
Yeah, nice to meet you. So I guess I'm a Roger player, but today I was on the wait list and then I got asked to commentate, so here I am.
Yeah. I mean, I was in store championships this weekend, but when like Zulus reached out to me, they were like, "Hey, do you want to like cast our event?" I was like, "Heck yeah, I'm dropping. Like, I'm
Yeah.
I'm I'm here to yap, man." But Roger, yeah, I've heard some people recently talk a lot about Roger, especially like with the introduction of like the EBO4 Zoro. How do you feel about the deck?
Well, I think it's really good against decks that are yellow, in my opinion, but then I
Hmm.
think it loses pretty badly to decks like Anel and Lucy. Uh, Lucy is a little better than Anel, but I don't like going against it. And then the
Yeah, I mean,
Zoro
being
has made.
sorry, go.
Sorry. The Zoro has made the deck better, but it's been a struggle deciding what I want to take out.
Yeah, I mean, just being able to be a 9K leader, like we've seen that in so many different championships, like the Japan finals that happened not too long ago. The red green law, all they had to do was just put a wall in front of the yellow
Mm-hmm.
decks, right? Because they're so low to the ground in a sense, and it's able to counter easily, especially for a deck that maybe struggles to draw in like a red identity. So it's really interesting. Yeah.
What decks do you have you been playing for your treasure cups or?
I've personally been playing Crocodile. I love
Mm.
the idea of milling, seeing a ton of cards. Like I've been a big historically like blue player playing OP03 Nami before it unfortunately got the
Yeah.
ban list. But I love drawing cards. I love seeing a ton of cards, things like that, to
Mm-hmm.
be able to have so many options and play them out. So
Yeah.
I've been enjoying Crocodile, although he's not had a ton of limelight as I thought
Mm.
he would this format.
Yeah. Since you're a blue player, were you devastated when they banned pudding and got rid of Red Rock?
Yeah. I mean, Red Rock leaving the format, especially in this post rotation, is huge, right? There's so many
Yeah.
big bodies that you can play down on the field across all these decks. And you don't have to worry about it going away. Like the protection effects, you can be a little bit more lax on like stuff like the 3 cost Nico Robin promo from the Heroines or like any
Yeah.
sort of other protection. So it really helps other decks like Roger, right? Getting those big
Mm-hmm.
10 cost bodies on the field.
Yeah. Oh my! I can just take all of the life I want and then just slam down my Roger and nothing can be done now.
Yeah, I mean, and even with Rygo like leaving the leaving the ban list, coming back into the format from
Mm.
EBO1, there's not really a lot of great ways to get rid of those big giant bodies immediately outside of maybe waiting for them to swing or get rested or something like that, and then doing something like Divine Departure.
Yeah.
Yeah, Divine Departure, just such a huge card, I believe, in here. And it's gonna be interesting to see. We do know, I think we have the matchup already, or at least we're sitting down the players at the table right now, or something of the sort, or maybe we already know who some of the players are. I was just looking at the chat and I saw that we know one of the decks. Uh
Okay.
so I guess you're the one that has the eyes because you're from Zulu's Board Game Cafe, right? You're from the
Yeah.
local area.
Mhm.
Yeah, yeah,
On the
yeah.
yeah, I'm just looking off to the stream right now because I it's not on the. Oh, here it is.
So it looks like we're going to have, yeah, Red Green Luffy versus Nami. So
Mm.
definitely the two decks. If you saw the Red Bull Double Dawn
Yeah.
event, those two decks were in the finals. Did you catch any of the Red Bull Double Dawn event?
I only saw. I think I saw two matches, and both of them was Red Green Luffy versus Nell, and I think Red Green won both.
Yeah, I mean,
Which
Red
one?
Green Luffy just being so tanky, right, has so many different options available to it in the late game, leaving up so much
Mm.
Dawn. Especially with Nami being able to be that big wall, right? A 7K leader helps so
Yeah.
much, especially with, Luffy's bodies. They play the All right. Can you hear now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Cool. Now I'm just trying to get my camera pulled up on my end.
Oh,
I'll hear it on my
I
phone
think
too because I've got the stream up on my phone.
yeah, I think the red green Luffy just won.
Oh, we did?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, I can hear myself on the stream. I think chat will be able to hear us. Let's see. There we go.
I see you, but I think I'm frozen.
Hello, I see in chat everybody saying welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. Okay, I think we figured it out. Shoo. So, Chad, how did you enjoy that game? Red Green Luffy ended up winning that one. The hand size of Nami going down very low very quickly. I saw going from like 3 life to 0 life pretty quick. Saw the golden rifle in there, the golden rifle event. Did you get to catch a lot of that game, G Weezy?
Some of it. I was kind of distracted by them trying to fix it also, but I think the Nami healed like 3 times in one turn, but then the red green Luffy just kept hitting their life.
Yeah, I mean, just with the heal potential that you can do with Nami or just yellow decks in general, right? With the combination of Borsalino, Gum Gum Golden Rifles, Zoro, like there's so many different opportunities that you can have in a single game and in a single turn as well, which makes it very crazy, I think. Wait, did the Double Dunk Grand Finals also have a silent stream? No way. Did they really? I didn't even notice. But yeah, Chad. Sorry for the technical difficulties in there. It happens when you run like different events and stuff like that. We did tests like heading into it, and it was all working fine. But then something changed within like 5 minutes, and it happens. I've run different like NCAA championships and stuff in my time over the years. So appreciate everybody that has stuck around. I'm glad you can hear us in here. I did not watch the game, so I have no idea really what happened in the game for the most part, but I'm glad you guys were able to watch and enjoy it.
Okay, I think it's just my voice for now. The camera's now. We're having technical difficulties with the camera.
Oh yeah. I saw your thinking pose that you had in there. You're really evaluating the game state, really trying to hit in on what was going on. Very fun, but yeah. So it's awesome. Thank you again so much, especially the hard work of Zulu Board Games Cafe staff. I am out here in Vegas, so I am not on the site for the championship where all the stream stuff is there. So try to my best for you guys to get it all settled. And I appreciate them as well for helping fix it because I would have no way to fix it.
I think there was a turn or like right before Nami healed. I wonder if they could have gone for lethal that turn.
Yeah, some people in chat were saying that there was like a lethal turn that was potentially missed for the Nami, but sometimes that's what happens, you know. There's so many different lines, and if you're hard set on like turtling and trying to outlast a deck like Luffy that is so good in the late game, it could be just really, really difficult.
Yeah, and when you're on stream, all the pressure there, so maybe you're not thinking correctly.
Yeah. That's a thing too, right? Like there are people watching in here, and if you know it's streamed, like it's a whole different atmosphere. I've even had it too, like you know, in some like regular games where I'm thinking about Chad, like looking at Chad while I'm trying to play, and I make a misclick or a misplay on sim, or you know, it happens all the time, even if we're not like a big one. So yeah, it's really nice, Killer Queen, that we can have this commentating in this way, like for this championship. Like G Weezy is in Zulu's Board Game Cafe, like actually commentating, but I'm here at home. It's so sick to be able to do this.
Yeah.
But double attack, yeah, I know the Luffy went in there, and there were some of the things like one of the things that I thought in the game was interesting was one of the turns after the Luffy had just come down onto the field. You know, it was the first turn that the red green Luffy player was able to attack with that Luffy, maybe snag 2 life. They opted to swing with the leader first,
Yeah.
while the Perona was in trash and the Kumasi was a face-up life. So I don't know. I feel like I would have swung the Luffy first, try to get 2 birds with 1 stone.
I agree because they might have just had bricks in hand, but if you swing 9, I think they're just gonna take it and get more resources.
Yeah, I mean, sure they can get like 2 life right there, but I feel like the Luffy is one of the more like important pieces within that game plan, especially now with like Red Rock gone, stuff like that. So that we were talking about earlier. So like if you can keep that red green Luffy on the field or keep that secret rare Luffy on the field and you can continue swinging with it, like it's just so good.
Yeah.
Is there a way that we can turn up your audio a smidge?
Let me ask. Is there a way to
Yeah.
turn the audio? I think it's quiet. Yeah.
I think you're just a softer speaker than
Oh.
yeah, just a little bit softer of a speaker. So yeah.
Is this better?
So yes, that is much better.
Okay.
Chat,
Maybe-
let us know as well how that audio is.
All right, I'll come closer to the mic. Maybe I was too far.
Yeah, that's one of the things too, because like my mic, if I put it far away, like it's a
Oh.
little bit softer. But like if I eat it
Yeah.
like an ice cream cone, because I have a long experience in like radio broadcasting and stuff like that, and so we were always taught like eat the microphone. It's an ice cream
Yeah.
cone, you know, some of those. But
Am I
yeah,
sounding
much
okay
better.
now?
People are saying, yeah,
Okay.
people are saying very, very nice. So appreciate it, Chad. Thank you so much for the rocky start. At least the gameplay was good, right?
Yeah.
No fouls in there, stuff like that. Just some good One Piece playing. Because at least we can show you what it is, but we'll be ready for the next one, for sure.
Your prediction was correct, though. You had
Red
you had
Green
your bets-
Luffy.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I just think like being able to tank so much in the late game and like definitely establishing like those bodies, because especially with some of those cards like that Secret Rare Luffy, you know, I keep talking about the double attack and how it's like
Yeah.
so good, but being able to restand a ton of Dawn, right? Being able to play like another body out on the field, like an Usopp or something of the sort, to be able to get more Dawn consistently, like at the end of turn, is just like such a big deal. And then with a finisher like it wasn't really as impactful, I believe, in this game, but like the SR Nami that came in OP15. I mean, a lot of Red Green Luffy players that I talk to say that the blocker Nami is the best card in the Red Green Luffy deck.
Sorry, I'm gonna be right back while we fix this camera issue.
You're good. I appreciate you being here. But yeah, deck is busted. Red Green Luffy is busted. Does he have an echo? I'm not sure if I have an echo on the actual stream. Let me pull it up on my end while we've got a break in the show. To just try to see if there's some repeating audio or whatnot. Dang, I'm getting a hit with an advertisement on my own stream. But thank you so much for everyone who's tuned in and who's hanging out right now. Apologies for the issues at the beginning. I don't hear an echo on my end. It might be something that is coming through G Weezy's mic, maybe. So I don't know. We'll have to see when G Weezy comes back. But yeah, the Nami SR is just a crazy card. It wasn't as impactful, I feel like, within that matchup specifically. Ooh, I'm a little bit off center now. It wasn't as is it this way? Which way do I gotta go? I gotta go this way. Hey chat, how's it going? How's your day today? Okay, here we go.
Hello.
There we are.
Are we back?
Hello, Chad. Hello, welcome back. So I was doing a little bit of research, talking to some people in terms of that game. The reason they didn't go for lethal on that one turn, mostly because they knew that there was a Charleston in hand to be able to get out of attacks with the amount of dawn that they had. So that was one of those ways. I didn't catch the whole thing, so I can't say too much outside of that, but yeah, Chad, thank you so much for joining. I But yeah, we should have another person. I think there's going to be like a rotation of people from Zulu's Board Game Cafe that are going to be here commentating with me. So I think we're going to get a new person on. Shout out G Weezy. Thank you so much for joining me in that first game. Even though it was a little tough for us to commentate it, at least still fun. Still fun. Yeah, I'm lagging a little bit personally, and that's one of the things with Discord. That's why, chat, that's why in the near future, I'm going to be selling this right here, PSA 10 Manga Luffy, because Streamer Man needs a new PC. Streamer Man needs a new PC. You guys talking about the crocodile promos? I really like the crocodile promos. I put it out in a video the other day, if you guys saw, of the new live action binders, but I'm huge on the Baroque Works binder promos, in my opinion. I am huge. I'm big in favor of those. Let's see, but round 2 should be happening soon. Also, Mike Fox, thank you so much for the raid earlier on Twitch. Apologize for the technical difficulties, Raiders, of the beginning stages of the tournament. But I hope that you had a good stream. Let me know what you're doing. I love the Yamato emote as well. Robbie X1, 3 different store regionals. That's tough, man. I've had runs like that too. Yeah, W Mike. Thank you again, Mike, for the raid. Apologies for the craziness that's been happening on the stream today. Chad, it wouldn't be an atrocious TCG stream if a little funky stuff didn't happen, right? Yo, Tryon, what's good? How are you? Hope you're doing well today. It's been good. The stream's been a little wild, but it's been a good time. You know, it's been fun. It was a good match to start out as well on the championship with the Nami and the Red Green Luffy. Even though our audio is not really in that match, it's still something good to evaluate and like look back on if you did not catch it. Where was the tournament that Croc made it to round 10? I'm not sure what you're talking about. Are you talking about a Japan championship? So it sounds like our next co-caster is here ready to rock and roll. It is Cal Joshua. Whenever Cal Joshua, there you are, Cal Joshua. How you doing?
Hello, Jake. Doing good. How are you doing?
Good. Good to meet you. Good to meet you. So you're part of the Zulu's Board Game Cafe too, I assume?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I come here pretty often. I'm local to the Seattle area.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I was going to say, there's 2 stores that I know in Seattle or near Seattle, Washington. And you guys are one of them. So it's pretty crazy to do this and get all the stuff. How many like regular locals do you have in here today, you feel like?
To be honest, I don't know. This is not my main locals. I go to a
Oh,
different
okay.
store. So I come here for the big events. Yeah, unfortunately, didn't get into a waitlist, so here I am.
No, that happens, but I'm glad you're here to join me. I will, as with all the people that join me today, I don't know how many people are joining me today, but I'm going to ask everybody. I'm going to put them on the spot. What do you think is winning this store championship today?
So I can at least say I played in a different store regional yesterday, and the top 4 was 3 Anels. So Anel took it. There's 3 Anels and 1 GP Luffy.
GP
And,
Lu.
I don't know if Jake's cutting out right now.
maybe move the mic closer to you. You're kind of like buggy a little bit, or soft, very soft spoken.
I just hold on to it.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, we can cool. Did Jake freeze? Jake.
Yeah, Jake might be out for a minute.
Oh,
Yeah,
it's
so
still streaming. Yeah.
it's still streaming. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So yesterday, there was a different store regional in the area, and it was mostly a lot of L in the top 8. I think there's a little bit of Nami. I personally got 5th place. I was playing Foxy yesterday, but I don't think there's any Foxys today.
You were playing Foxy.
Yeah, I was playing Foxy. Yeah, a bit of a. I don't think it's actually that good, but it's kind of one of those people don't know how to play against it.
Yeah, I mean, we've even seen it at like the Red Bull Double Dawn event. I think Foxy was like populous deck
really?
in the
Okay,
championship.
That's cool. I need to look at that. There was one green bar.
Yeah, I know some players were very excited. Yeah.
Yeah, but to be honest, it's an L meta. I'm gonna be real.
Yeah, I mean, Anel is definitely the deck to beat, and then like Nami, a very, very good pick. Won the Lille regional as well. You know, top 2 of the top 3 in the Red Bull Double Dawn event. So definitely, like, you got to beat Anel. You got to know how to play against Nami and Lucy. I would say are the top 3 in this meta.
Yeah, for sure. I was walking around the room a little bit earlier, and it was a lot of Anel, a little bit of Nami. For some reason, maybe Lucy isn't super popular in this area. I didn't see too many. Yeah, maybe Lucy's just scared of Anel.
Yeah, and I mean, we've got an exciting matchup, I know, that's coming up here on the stream for our viewers here in this next round. Neither one of those decks, we haven't mentioned any of those. We haven't mentioned either one of these decks. I won't spoil it yet, just in case they don't want us to until they show it on screen of who it is. Just, you know, you don't want to give any extra advantage to players or like no. So especially pretty cool, and it looks like we've got our matchup here for you. So have you ever thought about Blackbeard versus OP15 Luffy?
Nope. Interesting. I do think Blackbeard's like not a terrible pick. There's actually one. I think
I'll
2
ask you,
Blackbeards in
Joshua.
ours. There was 2 Blackbeards in our store regional yesterday, so I do think people are cooking this deck.
Yeah, I mean, especially with the ability to stop the on-play effects and stop the triggers, etc.
Looks like a pretty decent hand for the Teach.
Yeah. Going to be looking in. You see Lafitte getting grabbed potentially off of this after the lead down on the field. He's going to get a good amount of searching in these first couple turns.
Yeah, I think he might not drop the Lafitte because he's scared of the Wiper coming down on the 5 Dawn turn. He probably wants to play Jesus next turn, so he doesn't want the Lafitte to die without getting value.
Yeah, and so especially after that swing, just taking the life on the 8K, now going into his 4 Dawn turn. See what he decides to do on this one. Has a lot of different opportunities, but starts out with a 5,000 power swing. It's kind of curious. Well, is there any impactful triggers that can force an on-play effect within Luffy, you think?
Not that I know of. I think in
yeah,
theory,
I was going to say, I don't think so.
I think the 4-cost Sanji is runnable, but I don't think they're actually playing it.
Yeah, I was going to say, is there a reason to like try to use leader effect before you swing into life? But no, I don't really think so. In there, we did see the Tempest kick pitched. Definitely a card that I know a lot of Blackbeards have been running for a while, and just starts to build up this Burgess.
Yeah, I'm guessing the cost reduction probably not super useful in this matchup since you can't KO anything anyway. I think Teach did just leader effect the Lafitte there, if I saw that correctly, to stop the.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, especially with the 7 Dawn turn in these different Sky Island packages, right? The Robin from OP15 is huge to be able to make the board so wide for this Luffy player.
Was that a pass?
I think he did. Yeah, I think he just swung and then passed.
Interesting. I don't know if that was an accident because I see all the Dawn tapped on the Sky Luffy side. So
Yeah, I think he just didn't restand it. I'm sure the judge will make sure he's at the right amount of Dawn within the next turn. But yeah, I mean, especially using leader effect, like I mentioned, like if you don't have anything that you really want to play that's going to be super impactful in the game, you might as well just not waste it and maybe wait for Blackbeard to give you a turn with on play effects. I don't even know if that's right.
yeah, I feel like even if I have the 7 Robin, like I just dropped the vanilla 7.
Yeah, I mean,
But
because a lot of times, like in these matchups, like just playing a body is sometimes as little as you need, right?
yeah. Yeah, it was probably just an accident.
Or did he play Calgara on this turn or the last turn?
He played Calgar on 5, so I think 7. Yeah, he didn't take it to Dawn.
Or wait,
Oh,
no,
wait. Oh,
Blackbeard's
I
on
think I'm
6. Wait a
trolling.
minute.
Wait, I'm trolling.
Wait, yeah.
That's
I
my
think
bad.
we're
Yeah.
just. I think I'm just lagging a little bit. And no, we're good. See, the
Okay,
judge at the
okay.
stream table, they've got this. Tech toted out.
Yeah, they
Shout
got
out to
this.
him. They've got this game. I lagged a little bit and thought I missed a turn.
Yeah. I think I messed one up too, but okay,
But
Luffy looks pretty good.
anyways, yeah, I mean, playing that 5-cost Luffy, especially with the rush, that's not necessarily an on-play effect that happens. It's a continuous effect that happens as soon as you have 6 or more Dawn. So this is going to be a really nice body to be able to play out onto the field to maybe swing some big numbers. And
Yeah,
especially
Luffy
with
really wants this to go through so he can get
yeah.
the draw.
And especially with this blocker on the field too, the Kuzan being able to play something from trash if it blocked would just boost up the Luffy that much more. But now with the 7,000 power swing, only about 3 cards in hand. The more of these Bell Luffys that Luffy over here on the right side is going to see, the better it's going to be for him.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he has amazing targets in trash for the 6 Kuzan at the moment.
It looks like
Okay,
he's
so that
just
was
going
the
to
draw
take
off
the
the
life.
Sky Luffy got the draw off the Calgara. I think they forgot
Yes.
that one is mandatory, so I think you have
Yes,
to correct
correct.
that.
Yeah, so easy fix right there. And again, that's why we got that stream judge there to be able to see it. Is going to start off with the dot Q on the full lead. So trying to find another piece. Looks like going to find a 2K in stronger. It doesn't feel like great searches, I feel like, for our Blackbeard player to start out this one.
Yeah, although to be sure, I'm not exactly sure what he'd look for here. Maybe just more Jesus.
Yeah, I would say probably either that or something like 5-drop Kuzan or something just to draw a card. But even then, like, you still don't have a great target in the trash right now. But there's a Burgess right there off that Lafitte that you were talking about earlier. So the Burgess with 8 cards in trash right now, sitting at 7,000 power, can now start swinging at this Luffy right here without having to commit any Dawn. And how much do you try to go in? But with Luffy's leader effect, right, especially with that leader effect being able to protect any character with any sort of removal at any point, right, whether it's KO or bottom decking, bouncing back or whatever, it's almost just always better to swing at life.
Yeah, unfortunately, like can't chase this board from the Teach side. I think you just have to swing out. I guess Teach has a race in this matchup to some extent.
Yeah, I mean, also the 10-drop Blackbeard going to be pretty big, right? To be able to shut off that Luffy, preventing it from being able to attack that Secret Rare, which is going to be big. Can't stop another one coming down on the field, but at least the one that's currently there won't be able to get in a swing if so. But we don't have one in hand. Still got 2 Dawn left to work with outside of maybe playing down this Burgess, and starts out with 6K swing. And it looks like it was going at Calgara.
Yeah.
Maybe doesn't want to take.
It's not a once per turn, so.
Yeah, I mean, you can use it as many times as you want. I think maybe if he swung at Calgara, Luffy just went ahead and took the life.
Yeah, I don't think swinging at the Calgara is super helpful there.
Yeah, it's one of those weird things, right? Because you want to, if you're going to get a life anyway, you might as well get the opportunity to get a card out of hand, right? Especially like on that little 1K counter. So, like, I can see it, but I just don't know. I don't know if it's correct or if you want to, as what you were saying earlier, just try to race them.
Yeah, I think I would have liked just like swinging 7 and 8 or 7-7 at life and try to kill him in like maybe 2 turns.
Mm-hmm. Especially now
Although
with
it's
this.
looking pretty tight though.
Yeah, especially just with a low hand size and you got a blocker when these Luffys can just get absolutely boosted with it. There's that draw off the Calgara because the life was removed, right? That mandatory effect. Let's think about maybe attaching some more Dawn.
Yeah, I mean these things are most likely going through anyways.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not really sure what I see 3 Dawn up. I'm not really sure what else you're gonna do with that Dawn.
I would maybe like to swing like one like swing 8,000 power with both of these Luffys, try to get either like 2Ks or the block, and obviously with the block a big power boost, maybe leave one open. I think he's got a golden rifle in hand. A little hard to tell.
Yeah. Hey, is it crazy to swing 10 at the Jesus? Maybe that's not super good.
Well, I mean, he's got low hand size, and then I think it's just if you wanted to swing at the Burgess, I feel like you would have had to do it with the first Luffy swing. Therefore, if they go ahead and block with that Kuzan, then you would get the power boost for your second Luffy to where like, okay, now I'm going to absolutely blast this sucker.
Yeah, so I don't know if this is going at face or the Jesus right now.
If I had to take a guess, I would probably say the life. I feel like he just wants to get him down as low as possible, right? Wants to try to get him to block at certain points, right? Remove a little bit of this board.
Yeah, I think life does make sense because if you swing 9 and 8, like it is one card. I
Yeah,
mean,
especially
you don't know I don't think he has a 2K, but
I mean, he's been taking life and he's been like gathering cards in a sense. So like it's of the reason to believe that maybe he does just have a 2K in hand that he could utilize. So yeah, I think he's just determining on whether or not he wants to block this swing.
Yeah, I don't see great targets in trash, unfortunately. I think the best thing might be the Shiryu, which is just a vanilla 5 at this point.
Yeah. Which the vanilla 5 could be good if you want to try to go in for lethal, right? 4 swings connecting is the win, but it's so unlikely, I feel like.
Yeah, I feel like, yeah, maybe just take this one and
Gotta hope for the best.
Yeah,
Did end up taking it.
I don't know if 10 cost teach can get you there.
10 cost
It's
teach
too low
would
cards.
be, I think it would be nice at least, just simply because you'd be able to shut off one of these potential attacks. You got full lead that'll rotate a little bit as well. I think this was the full lead stage, not the My Era Begins search. So
Yeah,
not necessarily.
So if you do, oh, he's taking the stage. I guess he's just pitching that off with leader effect.
Yeah, just going to be using that there. No on-play effects of any sort that the Luffy can use. And there's that. Oh, it's the anniversary 10 cost teach that he's got in there. So he's going to say that the Luffy can attack. And what's interesting, too, is if he wants to swing these Burgesses at the Luffys, now the Luffy leader cannot protect, right? Because especially on this turn, Luffy's ability is shut off as a leader effect.
Yeah, I mean, I think you have to at least go for Calgara. The thing is that there's 3 swings and you have 2 blockers. So I think it's actually math if you don't clear board because you could swing 3 9s.
Mm-hmm. I would have loved to see the swing on with these Burgesses first before the leader swing, because especially with the leader swing, we're seeing a lot of counter in the hand. I think he already had that, but took a life, got an extra card in hand to be able to counter with. But man, countering out of all these swings just feels so bad right now. You didn't remove any of the board.
Yeah. By the way, do we know? I think the plus 4K event, I think that doesn't protect characters. I don't know if you know the answer to that.
I'm pretty sure it does not protect character. I think it's only leader because it has that healing effect as well on top of that. But I mean, we just 2K 1K'd out of all those swings, especially because we used all 10 Dawn for the 10 drop teach. We know that those Burgesses are just going to be whatever value it is based on the trash.
Yep. So I guess only out, like, I don't know. There is one teach blocker, the Vasco shot. So in theory, if you can sum out a blocker from trash, but I'm pretty sure I did not see that card.
Yeah, and
it comes out
especially
rested anyways. Never mind.
Yeah. And so with the Luffy effect, right, revealing another secret rare 5-cost Luffy, that's going to be 12,000 power on that Luffy right there. I think just trying to net another block right here, as you see now another boost, making him plus 10 in general. And with the 3 on top of that is going to make Luffy the clear winner with the small amount of cards in hand. So kind of an awkward game for Teach right there, but off the back of those 5-cost secret rare Luffys, I mean, I've said it before, I think it's the best card in OP15, and it really showed itself in that one.
Yeah, I'm wondering, I think that I need to go back and check. I don't remember which turns Teach leader effect. I think he did leader effect once on the 4-Dawn turn. Which I think maybe that one could have been saved. I think he pitched a Liffy. If I'd have to go back and check.
Yeah, because what are the ones that you're afraid of, right, on like the 5-Dawn turn? Because the biggest thing about Teach is knowing when to exactly leader effect. So I guess maybe if he's worried about 5-cost Nami.
Yeah, so I guess it's Nami, or other than that, like the only on place is Wiper, which is you don't really care about, and I guess the 4-cost Zoro in theory, but I don't think we cared that much about that one either.
Yeah,
so,
I mean,
I guess it's just the Nami,
Yeah, especially because Zoro being that 4-cost, I think we saw black holes that were built up in the trash. That's an easy way to get out of that one. And so if we had a Katarina in there, as we're seeing like on the field right now, like Katarina into another blocker actually would have been able to survive in the game.
Yeah, I think if you had Katarina one turn earlier, then you could have blocked with the Kuzan and put the Katarina on board.
Yeah, because you can't play Katarina off Kuzan and then automatically make it a blocker. It's an activate main, I believe, right?
Yeah. So if you had it the previous turn, maybe there's a better chance at living.
So that's going to be the end of round 2. Thank you so much for joining us in here. The Zulu's Board Game Cafe OP15 championships. After some technical difficulties we've had, I think we've started to get the ball rolling. We started to figure it out. You know, the gears are turning, the wheels are turning. I've got Cow Joshua over here with me. And thank you for, do you know how long you're staying?
So I think the plan is we're going to switch off. So I'm going to be doing the even rounds.
Oh, cool. Okay. I was going to say, I don't know. I mean, they can bring in whoever they want, you know, as long as it's, you know, respectful and stuff like that. But yeah, it's pretty good. And especially seeing like a Blackbeard and Yellow Luffy, I need to know your opinion right now. I've seen a lot of people, especially with the different regionals and stuff that have been happening lately. A lot of people think that Bell Luffy is a bait deck. Where do you feel like you fall on that one?
I think it's not bad. I think the matchup is quite good into NL. I think we're all targeting NL right now. I think the scary part about Luffy is maybe the Nami matchup isn't the best. I still feel like that matchup is probably pretty manageable. But otherwise, like I don't think that there's too many terrible matchups. I think you're very favored into Lucy too.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, especially with that protection effect and barrier. Yeah, it's like, I mean, you're just like, okay, I'll take a life.
Yeah. Also, the wiper is really good. Just wipe out all the little 1-cost units. So like at least like if you're good into Lucy and NL, and those are probably two of the more popular decks, and then you know maybe Nami's unfavored, but overall, you know, if you're good into two of the decks, I think that's not a bad pick.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of feel like the same way in that where like you need to go in and you need to throw like the right cards together, obviously. And you have so many good pieces of being able to heal multiple times with Borsalino, Wiper, stuff like that, but also spam out the board.
Yeah, exactly. At least like with my testing with I did a little bit of testing with Sky Luffy. It felt pretty strong. Also felt like very easy to play. It's not too hard to mess up. You can kind of ignore a lot of One Piece fundamentals because your board is invincible. It's weird. It's like every matchup is like a race because they can't answer your board.
Yeah, and so especially because you have rush cards like that Luffy, you're just like you're a ticking time bomb in a sense. You're like, okay, as soon as I hit my 6th on turn, I'm gonna play this every single turn, and if I need to heal 2 or 3 times or whatever, like I've got that possibility.
Yeah. One thing I did forget, I do think GP Luffy might be making waves, and I do think that matchup is a problem for Sky Luffy. Basically any green deck that can abuse Luna. I think Sky Luffy, the only card they run outside of Luna range is the 10 and L. But the rest of your entire deck otherwise is answered by Luna. So I think those decks could definitely be a problem.
Yeah, especially because like the NL is typically like maybe 2 copies at the most. I feel like I feel like I don't see many people run like a full 4 copies of that NL card from EBO2 as a nice rush option, especially if you have a bunch of Sky Island searchers like the Sure that we saw in the hand, the one cost Nami that came out in OP15. There's a lot of good ways to find it. And if you get it off of that secret rare Luffy trigger plus 10, oh, you're eating good.
Yeah, Sky Luffy does have a lot of ways to find cards. Good amount of searchers, good amount of draw too with things like Calgara and the 7 Robin. So it's pretty good at finding his pieces.
I feel like the Calgara is like a really nice piece that I've included in my like thinking of the deck, but that not everybody has really been on board with. Just because of that recursion, right? To be able to draw 1 card, to be able to fill back up the hand, you know, especially when you are a more aggressive deck like Luffy potentially, where you can more than likely get a life every single turn.
Yeah, that's true. Like it's an invincible 5 cost body. If you play it on 5, like it's probably gonna draw you like a good like 4 or 5 cards over the course of the game.
I will ask you though too. I'm being told in chat that you are the Bonnie GOAT. How do you feel about Bonnie in this format? Because I've seen some people play it like locally and do some things with it. I think one just got top 16 or top 32 in the Lille regional. So how do you feel about Bonnie?
Okay, first of all, I need to check chat later. I don't know who's saying that. But I think Bonnie is not a terrible pick. I do think, unfortunately, your hardest matchup is probably NL. Even though you have like the all the green cards like Luna and Carrot and stuff, NL is just so good at answering your board. You know, if you drop a Carrot, they can, you know, -1 with Ohm and then Mama Rog on it. Bonnie can't really afford to run chump blockers these days because of El Thor. And I think most NL lists are running some number of the event that gives your NL +2 cost.
Vari.
Yeah. But otherwise, I think Bonnie might be okay. I think Bonnie is pretty good into Lucy, I'd imagine, especially with the 1 cost of boon to protect your board. I think Bonnie should be good against most of the yellow decks. Because like once again, Luna is insane card. So I think it's not terrible. It just if you run into good NLs, it might be a problem.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's that problem that you talk about with Anel specifically, like being the biggest name on the block and the biggest threat of the format, right? You can probably expect in a regional tournament or something like that to maybe face like 3 or 4 of them at least in Swiss. It wouldn't surprise me in a lot of situations. So it's tough to play if you've got a bad matchup like that. But then you've got decks like Dracul Mihawk. Dracul Mihawk has made a lot of waves in this format out east in Japan, even though they don't necessarily have the ban list until May 1st, I believe it is, or it's May 10th, somewhere in that range. But the fact of the matter is they don't have it yet. And so like Dracul Mihawk could be something that we see in this championship as well, gaining some cool new cards like that Laboon that you were talking about. You know, I think they're one of the only green decks though that don't necessarily abuse Electrical Luna.
Yeah, I don't know what Mihawks are running. I think they could run Luna if they want. I think with every green deck, it's like you choose your ratio of Luna versus the Luffy stun event.
Yeah,
they're both good cards. Like you might do like I don't know 3 and 3 or 4 and 2, or you could pick your ratio. But I think Mihawk with the events is pretty good because you always have that 3 extra Dawn.
Yeah, I mean,
so
with
I
that
think
leader
Mihawk is
effect, you're
not
always
bad.
yeah, I mean, you're always able to restand Dawn from your leader effect to be able to to be able to use those events, especially because it's 3 specifically. The I Know You're Strong event that you were talking about, very, very good in the deck. And then Electrical Luna, right, fits that 3 as well.
Yeah, and Carrot. There's just all these annoying stun cards.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen it time and time again, and ended up winning the Mesquite regionals to end OP14. I believe it was Mesquite. I was casting that one. I should know.
It was either, yeah, I think it was Mesquite.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'm trying to remember. There's a Pomona regional too. I think, was that one also Mihawk? That one might have been Mihawk too.
I'm not 100% sure about Pomona. I don't think I didn't go to it for some reason. I can't remember why. But
Okay, yeah. I mean, either way, Mihawk was just good. Mihawk was just good. Like, maybe he's not top pick right now, but it seems like one of those decks that it kind of like what Bonnie was before. Like, it will be that green deck that just exists for a while.
Yeah,
And then
it's like
it might be good one format, not as good the next format, but it'll exist.
yeah, it's just like, especially with a leader effect like that and being able to play out these different characters and the 1-cost Perona, right? That card is just so good. Being able to find your different stun events that we've been talking about, or different key pieces. Like I know in OP15, Dracula Mihawk has really geared away from 7-cost Shanks and a lot more towards 9-cost Secret Rare Dracula Mihawk. Just simply because, you know, as you're talking about with Electrical Luna stunning characters, that's just another preventing attacks option, or preventing to be rested, right, with different blockers or secret rare Anels, as you could say.
Yeah, the Mihawk definitely good. I think Shanks maybe not as useful these days. When you reduce a 10k now down to 9k, it doesn't really make a difference.
Yeah, it's just better. It's just almost always better to like either prevent them from attacking or just like freezing them in some situation with like Law and Beppo as well. On top of that, you know, especially the late game, a lot of people joke about how at your 10 Dawn turn from then on, you just play Law and Beppo every turn. And that's pretty much it. Like, because it's just that good of a card.
Yeah, I was a Mihawk player in OP14. That was basically the deck. Spam Beppo, play 3 Beppos in a row.
I mean, especially because Dracula Mihawk was like the premier front runner, I would say, of the OP14 format. And, you know, you got top players like Grayson. I can't remember his last name. I'm blanking on it right now, but like Grayson was very, very good at Bandai Card Fest on Dracula Mihawk, right? And has a big time. And even the testing team, the Snoopy testing team, as they call themselves, they were on Mihawk for a while. So
Yeah. Mihawk was definitely. I mean, the thing is that like it's one of the few decks that actually contested Emu at the time.
yeah. Maybe I'll start dabbling in it. Maybe I'll start playing in it just because it's not the front. I never play the best deck. I always play like some deck that's off to the side. You know, it's like a almost rogue pick, like Crocodile right now.
May I suggest Foxy? It's not.
Oh
terrible.
yeah, I could do it. Yeah, I could do it. I got the purple cards. I might do that, but I'll have to look for a deck list. I think we're gonna take a quick break right now. Go to the intermission screen, fix up Joshua's camera right here. Maybe switch some things around and things like that. But anyways, yeah, I think we're gonna do that. So thank you, Josh, for joining me for this round, and I'll see you at round 4.
All right, yeah. Thanks. Talk to you later.
Mm-hmm. All right, we've got just a couple minutes until the next round is going to be paired and brought on. So just want to talk to you guys for a bit before, so you're not just staring at a be right back screen, the whole time. But I hope everybody's having a good day today. Thank you so much for joining, and thank you again to Zulu's Board Game Cafe for letting me host their championship over on the channel. I know we've had a little bit of hiccups here and there, but it's still been good. You've been able to see the games and you've been able to enjoy the games as well. So appreciate everybody that's hung around and watching. It's been nice too, having a couple different co-casters with Joshua and G Weezy coming in to be able to do stuff. And it just gives good vibes, right? Especially because those people are local and trying to support like local communities as well. Because one of the things that we kind of hope to do with store championships in general and like Bandai is to try to like broadcast more and more of these tournaments and stuff like that, to just say like, hey, look at the popularity behind this game, look at all the things, especially supporting. I know a lot of people say, especially when it comes to like Bandai Card Fest and stuff like that, how they wish there was a One Piece specific stream, things of that nature. And so stuff like this, even though it might not be the big reason when places start making that switch, it might be like the tipping point right? To where like, there's enough local traction and things like that to be able to showcase the popularity in here. So appreciate everybody stopping by, hanging out. We've seen a decent slew of decks, right? To start off this stream, some red, green, Luffy, blue, yellow, and then also some of the ones that maybe aren't as popular within this format in the Teach and also the OP15 Luffy, because as I was talking to Joshua, asking him his thoughts on that deck, there's a big popular opinion of the OP15 Bell Luffy to where a lot of people are like a little iffy on it. They don't believe that it's like a real deck. But I think our next round should be coming up here in a second, just getting everything finalized in there. So I don't know the matchup here yet. I'll try to let you guys know, and we'll try to showcase you as soon as that is ready. So going in here, it looks like we got G Weezy back. How are you, G Weezy? Oh, I think you got to turn your mic on. I think it's muted. I think still muted if you tried talking. Oh, there we go. Yeah. There you go. Yeah. Awesome. So tell me in round 2, right? Because you're doing the odd rounds, I've been told, of the championships. Did you survey the scene at all? Tell me what's going on in there. Tell me what's up.
I was mainly watching the Blackbeard and Bell Luffy match.
Oh, okay.
Because the Bell Luffy swung like was 20k last swing.
Yeah, it was a very big swing. You got +5 twice on that, and then with the Dawn attached. I didn't do the math in my head, but I know that it's way more than was needed. I will say.
I think there's a lot of Namis in those, and then someone's playing Don Krieg, which I've never gone against. But yeah, Don Krieg in the wild, and then I also think there's a Shanks player, and I think they're winning. So
okay, yeah. I know. So like we have a couple Don Krieg fanatics, I feel like typically on the stream in maybe we'll see it in this 6-round championship that we've got on here. But Shanks, who did I see was talking about Shanks? There was somebody on Twitter today. It was another creator. I can't remember who it was. But they were talking about Shanks. Maybe it was like Vampire or something like that. But especially with what we saw in the red green Luffy, and what we were talking about with your Roger deck, some new additions like the 7-cost Zoro to more consistently be a 7K leader is just so good in the face of stuff like blue, yellow Nami and a lot of these like lower to the ground decks. So I don't know. I'd be curious if they put maybe Shanks on round 3.
I know, right? I actually started out as a Shanks player, so it's kind of exciting to see him make a comeback.
It's always nice to see, especially in a format, in my opinion, to see a deck come out of the woodworks. That maybe was in the low end of the format. So, like I remember, Doflamingo, Blue Doflamingo. As soon as OP07 came out and that starter deck came out, the leader that I just had in my bulk pile, all of a sudden became best deck in format. And I find that really cool when they give support to like some leaders, even if it's indirect.
Yeah. Blue Dofi. I was a Pluffy main also, and that deck was not fun.
Yeah, I mean, especially, and now we've got Jinbei back. I know that rotation has already happened within the card game, so most all Block 1 cards are not legal for play, including inside this championship. But that Jinbei that came back off of the ban list that made Doflamingo so strong, right? That 4-cost that played out another one. It's interesting to see how, like, removing that off the ban list hasn't really made any impact in these first couple weeks on decks.
Yeah. I haven't even seen people play that card that many, even though he got him banned.
Yeah, I think some of the decks that I feel like I've seen it on, obviously, like Blue Boa Hancock, like mono Blue Boa, but not necessarily a relevant leader. I know some people playing it in Blue Jinbei from OP14. If you run a more what's the word? 7 Warlords of the Sea version, you're able to just spam out a body on the field and be that hyper aggro deck that you were talking about. in that game, similar to how the Luffy felt like a hyper aggro, that yellow Luffy felt like a hyper aggro deck.
Yeah. I've personally never had an issue with that Luffy because of Roger main, but since
Yeah.
that happened, so gross.
Yeah, it's just that secret rare Luffy, I say, is one of my I think it's the best card in the set. That secret rare, just because that ability to be able to go multiple times in a single turn to be able to gain so much power is so good.
Yeah.
Right, to be that like 21k, as you mentioned,
Yeah.
you kind of finished out that game. I do know what the matchup is here for this next round. We're finally gonna get some Black Crocodile action here. I'm gonna be chomping at the bits to be able to see this one in here. He's gonna be going up against Purple Anel, so the big bad boogeyman of the format. I will say you can leave your guess right here, leave your prediction, and Chad, feel free to leave your prediction as well. Do you feel like Purple Anel or Black Crocodile will win? I'll say Black Crocodile because, well, I love the deck.
Me too. I think Croc is probably favored because he just can stun the nails, right?
Well, it's going to be really interesting because not only do you have that, you have the ability to stun potentially like 3 characters a turn with Patchwork as well. But also being able to widen the board, as we see our 2 players here, Lamello and Timid Tiger. What was I saying? Oh yeah, being able to widen the board with like playing Miss All Sunday first to be able to get like a couple different bodies on the field, be able to get, a couple attacks before you go into the Croc turns where you're just playing 1 character per turn is going to be big in here. And then we'll see if Zombie Luffy also makes an appearance.
Since you are a Croc main, how do you like this matchup when you go against it yourself?
This matchup is definitely really difficult. I'm not going to sit here and say it's an impossible matchup or it's a favored matchup. I think it's either even or slightly favored into Anel personally. But if you can win the die roll, right, you can win first against Anel, as Anel is a very going first kind of deck. I can't tell what that number was from these dice, but I think Crocodile, I think he just rolled an 11. So I feel like he's probably going first in this one. You can go first. You can go first in this game, kind of take away their curve. But, ooh, this hand's really interesting. I don't know if I would keep this one or not for the Crocodile.
I think he's thinking about it.
Yeah, it's hard to tell because, like, you do have some searching, you do have some trash buildup, but you got to hope that the trash buildup and your searching finds a 4-cost Bond Clay, right, to be able to play on that 5-Dawn turn that you're going to have, assuming that you're going first. If you're going second, you're going to need it on that second turn because it feels like a lot of times as Black Crocodile, if I don't have a Bond Clay on the turn that I need to play Bond Clay ASAP, my win percentage just dips.
Trying his luck, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, but again, with the different searching and the different things that you can do is probably not going to be an awful hand. I've seen worse hands for sure, especially with the Miss All Sundays, right? Especially if you're on that odd curve going first, you're going to be able to play that Miss All Sunday on curve, at least get a Valentine again. And then if you maybe find a Bond Clay or like a 4-cost Babe, you'll be able to bring that back from the Miss All Sunday as well. So it's going to be curious to see what he decided to do. I haven't seen the Purple Anel's hand. This is round 3, by the way, Vitch. This is round 3.
I think he has a Holly in there.
Yeah, and so the Holly is going to be very, very good within this matchup, specifically get the aggression on. And so Black Crocodile did choose to go first in this one and finds a couple different options, including Daz Bones and also the Ground Death. I like the Daz Bones grab, right? Even if you don't have a Bond Clay to be able to do, you need to make sure on your 5-Dawn turn that you've got something to utilize. I like also not using leader effect here on this first turn because the Valentine's going to be really good to be able to swing at different bodies like Ohm, Satori, Shura, any 1-drops that Timid Tiger is going to be able to play on the field.
Yeah.
So it looks like starting out with a Lightning Beast Kitten to be able to just draw cards, cycle through, and getting the home as well with that on play is you definitely wanted to play the Ohm and then do something. You kind of utilizing your Lightning Beast Kitten right there is not the worst thing in the world, but it's definitely not the best. But you've got the minimum at least. And so now Crocodile going in with another Valentine, finding a disappointed. I'm almost persuaded to grab the disappointed right now. We are a little low on counter in the hand. So especially with Ohm or Shura hit, especially if a Holly comes down and we have to take a double attack on this upcoming turn, that would feel bad. And it looks like is going to go with the Miss Merry Christmas to be able to play out onto the field. Okay, just trying to get another draw card. So is looking like to utilize the on KO effect. Mill 2 cards, going to be a Zombie Luffy and a Patchwork. Those 2 cards are not what you want to see in my opinion, but is going to be able to draw a card off this Merry Christmas.
I think he got a 2K counter.
Yeah, it looks like a Miss Wednesday. I forgot that the hand cams were in the top of this overlay. I'm not used to on this screen having hand cam. Shout out to the production of Zulu's Board Game Cafe. So here in round 3 of this championship, now on the 3 Dawn turn, looks like using leader, 2 Dawn turn technically, using leader effect immediately, getting the Dawn onto the Ohm, and now with that 3 Dawn, playing down the Holly, swinging, I believe, 5,000 power at lead is just going to be a 1K Daz Bones to not take the double attack, and I think you're okay with that if you're the Croc player right now. So now going into this turn, you do have the Daz Bones to be able to play. You can maybe like the thing that's really hard though is like you can't use the Valentines to be able to get rid of the Ohm until the Holly leaves.
Yeah, because he's a 6K.
So love the markers to be able to know exactly where the power is on everything. Definitely love being able to do that, but does have a couple different opportunities that he can do on this turn. I mean, it's super unlikely, but what you could at least do is use your leader effect, KO the Valentine, maybe build up the trash a little bit more, and then just hard play Daz Bones and try to swing at this Holly, even though you'd only be able to get 1 swing and it's just a 1K to get out of it. You'd at least be able to put pressure on the hand. And so with this is going to use leader effect to KO one of these Valentines, put it in the trash, milling 2 cards. Still no Bon Clay. Maybe not being able to find Bon Clay on 7. Actually, we don't have a really good 4-cost target at all in this situation for the next turn for the Miss All Sunday. That's not good. So now thinking about playing this Daz Bones, because I believe the Holly is the one that is a 0 cost, would be able to rest that Holly and swing into it a little bit. And it looks like we are going to do exactly that. Maybe try to go in and swing this 6,000 power at Holly, try to ask for a card out of hand, and it's just going to be another 1K Holly.
Oh. He didn't swing for life? Or
no, he didn't swing for life, actually. That's kind of curious. I wonder if he's trying to go into more of a starve route against this Anel. Because especially with Anel, even though that their cards consistently draw 1, right? Like this Anel right here, searching the top 5 and finding him. Not a lot of the cards are a net 1 card. They're oftentimes like a net 0 play. So the hand size doesn't necessarily grow if you're not taking life.
Interesting. Starving in Anel.
So I'm not sure how good this strategy is, but he probably has more practice into this matchup than I do, I'll say. And it's definitely an odd game plan for him right now. Kind of feels like we're going to be taking one of these double attacks here. And if I was the NL player after this search, I'd be trying to swing as big as possible with these 2 different characters. Try to get maybe 2 double attacks off in one turn, especially with no Dawn left open. So especially with Anel being able to use that search on the on play, you do not have to reveal what card you grab off of it because you're not finding anything specific. I think grab just another secret rare Anel for a future turn. El Thor is going to be pretty nice, right? If you want to try to maximize the amount of double attack hits that you could potentially get on this turn, right? With the El Thor going plus 1,000 power on either your Ohm or Holly. So it looks like is going to be going for a Vari to be able to boost up the cost, I think, of the Holly. I do like the boost on this. It may seem a little weird, but especially with a deck like Crocodile that can run Patchwork. Now this Holly being a 5 cost on the Crocodile's turn, you have to use leader effect on it to be able to combine with the Patchwork to be able to freeze it on the field. So even though it might not do the most amount of stuff that you need, it is definitely going to be a really good opportunity for you. And Mamaragon going in, resting the Valentine and drawing a card because it rests a 5k or less. Is maybe going to try to go for the board control round. So using the KO or trying to swing with the 2,000 power Ohm and minus 1,000 power the Daz Bones, making it a 5k character.
I honestly thought he was just going to jam it on Holly to get that double attack off.
Yeah, I thought he would try to go a more aggressive route, but now using leader effect and is going to now go in with the Holly. We'll see if he decides to go. It looks like it is at lead with the double attack. Yeah. And also, I think the Vari was actually pitched off the secret rare Nell. I forgot that he had to trash one card, and he did not trash one card. So not using it, but it could have been a cool opportunity for the future. But taking this, 2 life taken. There's a Bond Clay in the hand now at this point, but unless the Anel swings, you have no way to get this Bond Clay in trash for your Wednesday. Looks like maybe having a little bit of I think, is the mic good now? Oh, not hearing anything at this point. And so now going into the Crocodile's turn, going to be at that 7 Dawn and more than likely going to be using that Miss Wednesday as we talked about. Yeah, sorry about that, Chad. I think the mic had like a little tech issue there. So going to try to get that fixed for you guys. And so going in with the Miss All Sunday, you definitely want to play this Bond Clay right now, but what is the best target that you... Oh, yeah, I can hear you now. Okay. Cool.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah. The Bond Clay, using the leader effect on the Bond Clay, going to be able to play something. Maybe with this Miss Wednesday angle, he might try to go in with like another Daz Bones that he has in the trash to rest this secret rare Anel, and maybe try to swing into it with a couple different bodies. Although since the Anel is a 10,000 power, the -3 would only make it a 7,000 power. So actually, that's not even a good play. More than likely just going to try to get rid of this Holly, I would say, after resting the Satori. So now in this situation, you've got a lot of different bodies rested, and that's one of the things about this matchup too, especially before you start going 8-cost Croc, is you want to minimize the amount of swings on board. So going ahead and swinging first over at the Satori, I feel like I would have liked the Miss Wednesday, because Holly is the primary target that you want to get rid of right now, right? Especially because they pitched a Holly earlier, more than likely don't have another. But the Daz Bones, I think, going in and swinging. Where's the Daz Bones swinging?
I think he got rid of the Satori. 6-2?
Yeah, he swung the first Daz Bones over at the Satori, but I think he just did a raw swing at either the Ohm or the Holly there, because that was just a 1K out of it. now going 5K ad lead and Anel taking the life. Why are we not using the Wednesday to get rid of the Holly?
Maybe he's plotting something for the next turn.
It's just kind of interesting because like both the Holly and the Ohm have double attack, and it only takes a 5,000 power character to be able to swing at you because you don't have a zombie Luffy on the field to make it a 7. Maybe just trying to utilize this Miss Wednesday for when the secret rare Anel goes sideways, but I don't even know if I like that play.
Yeah, I feel like leaving on board is so dangerous because you can get punished for it so easily.
Yeah, I mean, with that leader effect, being able to reutilize Dawn, like as you're saying, you know, it's so dangerous for Ohm and Holly to stay on the field for that double attack. You already took one to the face. Feels really bad to take 2 of them, even if you're a 5-life leader.
Yeah.
See, we got a gem in hand, also a crocodile there for the crocodile, but Lightning Dragon is going to be able to make sure that one of these Daz Bones is not going to restand. That's going to limit the amount of aggression that you have on this next upcoming turn.
Maybe he'll swing 10 into the not frozen one and then double attack again.
He could. I mean, the Anel definitely has control in this game right now, still having 3 life. He might try to just board control of his own, but it's kind of interesting too because you're on a clock in a sense as well because of the amount that they can stall on you. And so Elthor going to be coming in, and now we just lost our Miss Wednesday, right? Yeah. So that's another reason why I would have loved to see it on this last turn to try to get rid of the Holly. So now continuing in this turn, the Anel being the option for the plus 1,000 power leader effect going in on this Holly and attaching 4 Dawn onto it to be a 7,000 power or 8,000 power. I'm sorry. I don't know how to do basic math. But I like this 9,000 power swing right here, right? There's no Dawn left open for a ground death. And yeah, we just take it yet again, going down to 0.
It's not looking good for the Croc.
No, I mean, he's got to get out of this 10,000 power swing right here, or he just outright loses the game.
Oh.
And it looks like, yeah, just not being able to get out of it is going to get the fist bump. And yeah, that's why, again, you know, Miss Wednesday, such a good card within the matchup. I feel like a lot of times when I approach this matchup and I'm using the Miss All Sundays, more often than not, my one cost is to utilize Miss Wednesday to be able to get rid of something on the board because that -3 is so valuable, even though, well, actually, it would have made a Holly a quick math, a 6,000 power character, or a 3K character. One of the Daz Bones or the leader more than likely would have been able to take it out.
Yeah. I feel like most of the times when you swing into a Holly, they normally just give it up. And if with that many swings on board, he could have just -3 and swing it once or twice and it'll be gone.
Yeah, and especially because the Holly maybe would go away, that kind of neutralizes the Ohm a little bit, right? It's still a body that might be able to get in a nice swing off of leader effect after attaching a ton of onto it, but that's only 1 life, right? That's not 2 life on the double attack. So a little bit unfortunate. It was a little bit of an awkward game, I think, for the Croc too, especially trying to scramble find the Bond Clay to utilize. So it happens.
Yeah, and he got it off life, right?
Yeah, getting it off life, like he had to hope that there was another swing that he was going to be able to utilize in order to get that into the trash. And sometimes even as an Anel, I've seen Anel players where like you maybe swing one time and you're like, you know what, I'm just going to hold. You didn't counter out. You didn't put a Bond Clay in the trash. And you don't even, I think at the time too, he didn't even have a Mr. 4 Babe in the trash. So it would have been just a really, really awkward Miss All Sunday if he were going to play it down. You kind of force them to like choose between like a Luffy or a Sunday on that specific turn.
Yeah, I wonder what his thought process was when he didn't swing for the leader that one turn also.
Yeah, I think it definitely was trying to go, well, even then, Like, yeah, I think it was just a little bit more into that starve route, which I can kind of understand, right? Because as I
Mhm.
talked about, a lot of the cards are like a net zero for an Enel. So
Yeah.
if you can kind of like two turn basically, or like if you're able to control the board and minimize the amount of swings, once you start getting those stun effects off to use on the Enels and stuff like that, those big secret rares or the SR blocker or something like that, you can just go in and hit them like a couple different turns.
Yeah. It was that was a quick game though. He
Yeah,
didn't even
but
get to
definitely
play his.
probably say that again.
I was gonna say he didn't even get to play his 9 cost. Died before 10 dawn. Unfortunately,
Oh
when that
yeah,
happened.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, it couldn't play the secret rare crocodile, and we only saw a couple NLs in that game, and that's just how it is. Sometimes, you know, NL is the premier aggressive deck in the format, and so that's why you have kind of a lot of these green strategies popping up that I was talking about with Cal Joshua in the last round, where like, you know, these green strategies just stun all these different bodies, kind of
Mhm.
neutralize a turn for you to ramp off.
Yeah, I heard green decks were good against purple and now, but then they're putting the very tech into plus cost, so no Luna.
Yeah, especially because the beginning, I would say the beginning, the first week of
Mhm.
the set, before it was really legal for like regionals and stuff like that, um, a lot of people weren't playing it at first, just simply because they're like, oh, you know, it's kind of a fringe card in some senses. I don't know if I want this tech. A lot of people playing more of like the Porsches and the Reijus and stuff like that. But now alongside like a Reiju specifically, I know Reiju blockers,
Mhm.
Frankie blockers, very common within these decks, even though we didn't see it from the purple NL in this game. Now, because of those green strategies, like you mentioned, you know, everybody adding Vari now to just get that +2 cost, because you know, even though for some decks it might not be worthwhile, right? Especially for your Enels, being able to Vari and make them an 8 cost
Mhm.
means that no electrical Luna is going to happen now.
Yeah.
And so that's just how the cookie crumbles at this point. Thank you all so much that are here for the Zulu's Board Game Cafe Store Regional that we've got on the stream. That was round 3 for you here in this championship. We do have 6 rounds prepared for you. So halfway through the tournament right now, still plenty of action to be able to go for. And I do like that we're still showcasing a variety through the 3 rounds, right? Crocodile was the first time that we'd seen it, you know, and an L. It hasn't been an L every single round,
Yeah.
you know, as some of the other championships as of late.
I was really surprised to see Blackbeard earlier.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think Blackbeard is like a really interesting call, because even though it's not like in the most prime position of the format, just similar to what it has been in the past, right? Like there's just a lot of good on play effects. You know, think about in that Enel matchup, if he had matched up against that purple Enel, where the
Mhm.
on play effect, you know, that Ohm's not going to draw a card, that secret rare Enel not going to be able to find another card. So you can do a lot of damage for, especially on a rogue deck that morphs the game in such a way that people probably aren't prepared for it, because these are the beginning weeks of the format. You know, people are probably really just practicing against Lucy, Nami,
Yeah.
Red Green Luffy, like stuff like that, the more meta stuff.
Hope we get to see that Don Krieg on stream because I haven't seen that leader at all.
Yeah, we'll have to, with production, we'll have to phone it. Well, you're actually there. You know, you go up
Yeah.
to the Don Creek player, be like, hey, what's your record right now? And see if we
Yeah.
can, you know, get him on.
Yeah. I'm gonna be like,
Yeah,
yo,
yeah. Hopefully
pull
he's winning.
something.
Hopefully he's winning. Use your strings, you know, that you
Okay.
can
Okay.
pull some strings over there for us.
Hello,
But
production.
yeah, exactly. Phone in. But yeah, I mean, there's so many cool decks that you can play right now, even though we keep talking about like the big 3 and stuff like that. Like there's a lot of really cool deck building decisions that you can utilize for a lot of decks. Like I've been a big fan. I've got Zoro Sanji built in my backpack right now, especially with the new OP15 cards like Arlong and Brook. Just make things really, really exciting. And then Brook as a new leader, right? That leader is super fun and unique. Being able, when you deck out, you don't lose the game right then and there. You're on like a ticking time clock. But in that
Yeah.
OTK strategy, when it works, it is so fun to play and watch.
I've been a victim of the Brook leader. I think they went down to 0 life and they had a Brook on board, so they swung me with the zombie Luffy 20k 3 times.
My gosh, yeah. I mean, with
Yeah.
that leader effect, like being able to restand something like the zombie Luffy,
Mhm.
even like the Nami, right? That new black Nami in OP15, being
Oh,
able to bring something out and give it rush, like
yeah.
that's
Oh my
so
god.
sick. Like whether
Mhm.
it's the secret rare double attack Luffy, whether it's the
Mhm.
zombie Luffy, like there's some really cool plays I think in the game right now.
I haven't seen any. I don't think I've seen brick leaders at Zulus, but maybe I'll take another scout around.
Yeah, it's one of those decks that like I think the OTK strategy is just really hard to hit in a lot of
Mm.
situations. And I don't know if that's because there's a lot of decks like playing blockers. I don't know if that's because there's a lot of electrical Luna running around, right? So a lot of your bodies that you try to stick on the field don't get to swing multiple turns or anything like that. I haven't taken too much of a deep dive into Brook at this point, but I think the OTK part to be able to not only reach that certain point but also be able to win at that point is pretty hard in the format
Mhm.
right now. It works in some games, but in One Piece, just not the time for it, right?
Yeah, I would assume it would probably not be too good against Lucy with the Sabo blockers.
Yeah, definitely like a barrier pistol. You have to make
Mhm.
sure that you try to get a lot of your very impactful characters down onto the field, especially because with Pirate Docking 6, that card. Okay, so I've been playing Crocodile a little bit and I played against some Brook. Pirate Docking
Oh.
6 being an 11 cost character is actually so annoying. Because it's so hard to patchwork, right?
Mhm.
To make it down, you have to use your leader effect on it and patchwork, and you
Mhm.
can't use 8 cost Crocodile to stun it right away
Yeah.
because it's 11 cost. It's outside of the 9 cost, so it's pretty hard. But we're getting ready to get into our round 4 as well. I don't know if we're going to go into a little bit of a break or anything right now. I don't know how much time is left in the round. I should have a timer so then
Oh
I at
yeah.
least have a gauge on what's going on
Mhm.
in here. But let's throw it back to the intermission right here
Mhm.
and get ready for the next upcoming round. Thank you so much for watching the Zulus Board Game Cafe, and stay tuned because we've got another round coming at you soon.
Sounds good.
Hello and welcome back to the Zulu's Board Game Cafe. I got Cal Joshua back in here with me. Josh, how are you doing? What's the scene look like out there?
Yeah, it's fun. I'm just watching games. I'm walking around
Yeah.
watching games.
Did you
looking at the
watch
top
any
boards.
do you watch any interesting matchups in that last round?
Let's see, a couple of top boards. I saw Bonnie versus Sky Luffy. I saw Nami versus Boa, which that one's not that interesting, unfortunately for the Boa.
Yeah.
A couple others. I saw Croconel, Hanel Nami.
I need to be really critical of this matchup.
Who's playing?
Critical matchup.
Okay, my guy's playing.
Okay.
I'm gonna be roasting
Yeah, so
him.
you take over on this game and you absolutely like this is your show now. You're the guy now for this.
Yeah, so I was just told my guy Gabe, he's playing Bonnie today. I don't know who his opponent is.
Oh, he's playing Bonnie because you are the Bonnie goat. So
Sure.
that's what
kinda
chat's been telling me.
Yeah, I got Gabe into playing Bonnie, so
Okay.
yeah, and he's been coping a little bit too hard, but I mean he's 3-0 so far, so it's going pretty well.
Hey, I mean, especially in these store championships, right? If you can win early, right? Get a really, really hot start. Even if you lose late, you can still sneak yourself in for an invite to Bandai Card Fest, which is always, which is the goal for this, right? Everybody's just trying to chase an invite for nationals.
Yeah, it's actually like some people give up after they lose early. It's actually like your chances are pretty good. Like so in my store regional yesterday, it was 64 people. I lost round 3 and I got 5th place, which is pretty close. But actually, guy who got 4th place, I beat in the second round. So he lost round 2 and he still got top 4 and got the Nats invite. So,
yeah,
don't give up. Just keep playing.
Yeah, you got to watch your tiebreakers, right? That's one of the things about when you have like 6 rounds of no top cut on top of that, where it just ends after those 6 rounds. Like if you're facing everybody that's at the top tables and stuff like that, and maybe you lose 1 or 2 of them, or just one of them, I should say. If you're X2, then you're not making it in. But like if you're X1, it can be the difference between, especially your opponents. It could be the difference of going to nationals or not. So. Yeah, you always got to crunch those numbers.
Yep, National is also surprising. I know some stores, they give out store credit. I don't know if Zulu's will today.
Yeah, I mean, every store is different on how I know some people that give like extra tournament packs, that they've had from like regular locals, maybe some winter cards as well that they have from like old packets that they don't give out anymore that they just had left over. Like everybody does something different for their community.
Yep.
So what would you say? So being the better Bonnie player between the two of us for sure, what do you feel like is going to be the most impactful thing in this matchup for numbers over here on the right side?
Well, now all these green decks are on Luna and Stun event, so that clears almost all of Nami's units. And the 2 main units I think that these Stun events will not answer are the 10 cost Nuke and the 8 cost Moria. But Bonnie has 9 shanks for both of those. So, yeah, I don't know. I feel like this is just a good matchup for Bonnie, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, I mean, just being able to control the Bonnie side, right, to minimize maybe the amount of attacks with the different freezing effects. Maybe also, I don't know. Do you know if Bonnies are playing like Law and Beppo right now as like a big 10 cost, or are they just sticking more towards like Shanks?
I think you can see both. There's not enough Bonnie going around, so people are just cooking their own lists independently.
Yeah.
I've seen both. So I think Gabe or Numbers shared his deck list with me maybe a couple days ago. I think he's on Shanks and Beppo.
Okay.
Which and this matchup specifically is probably a good thing.
Yeah, and especially with this hand, we see another boss monster, Hody Jones. It's been a while since I've really thought about Hody Jones, I feel like, but decides to mulligan the hand.
Yeah, by the way, Omar Trosa, he pulled the Mihawk.
Oh, I heard. Yes, I was told when we were preparing and getting ready to start the stream that somebody in like participation packs pulled the manga Mihawk.
Yeah, actually, us 3 were all like sitting together.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So
and,
really,
he's already won today.
Yeah,
he's a true
he's the
of it.
winner. I mean, he's 3-0 right now, right? In this tournament.
Yes, he's going for more.
Yeah, so I mean, getting the manga and having a 3-0 start, you can't ask for much more, I feel like. As we get started in this match, I think Bonnie is going first in this one, it looks like. Does have that Laboon to play down on the field. That Laboon is going to be very, very nice for a protection effect, right? Being able to protect your 7 cost base or less characters. If you tap, is it 2 cards or just 1 to protect?
It is 2 cards, but it could be any card, so he can even tap himself.
Yeah, you can tap Dawn itself, leader. That's pretty easy, I feel like, for a lot of decks to do, especially these green decks. So now the Nami going into their turn 2 does that draw 1, trash 1 off the girl promo. Girl promo is going to be very nice to be able to reutilize that Dawn and play on curve every turn.
Yeah, so I think the issue with girl is that once Nami swings, that girl's going to get arrested. So it's not going to live very long.
Yeah, especially with this Dawn that's left open off of this 7,000 power swing. Nami taking it, no trigger. And we go into the next turn. And as you're saying, yeah, there's a Dawn just left open. We'll see if I mean, he's got to swing this turn, right?
I think he has to. There's a weird line, like you can Zeus the Laboon and force him to rest both the Laboon and the Dawn.
Yeah.
But I don't know, like, is it really worth Zeusing a Laboon?
You would go down to 2 life, so it is kind of a risk. It's still early, right? And you have a lot of healing potential, so you can unlock a couple different things. But I think there was a Kiku Nojo in the hand as well, and off the 5K swing is going to get that girl promo as rested. And so now even Laboon might swing into it. I think he might try to keep Laboon as active, but could be something that happens.
Yeah, I don't know what's in Number's hand. I kind of like countering the first hit to deny the card draw. Because next turn Nami's going to play the 5 cost Nami, and you're going to take that, and then you just take the swing after that.
Yeah, so
it's nice to take like multiple swings in one turn, so that they only get 1 draw off of the leader effect. But then again, I don't know what's in Number's hand, so like if you had something you're willing to pitch, I would have done it. But
looks like on his 5 Dawn turn, not playing something like a Cavendish right now. Instead, goes with that Supernova Bonnie Searcher. It looks like he is going to go ahead, turn that sideways here to be able to look at that top 5 for a Supernova card. One of the cards that has been grandfathered into the Block 2 rotation because it got a reprint in PRBO2.
Yeah, finding another Searcher is great. Nami should only be able to answer one of them.
So being able to just widen out the board, even though you're not playing like big bodies to be able to attack, at least just trying to find the pieces to put in your hand for the future upcoming turns.
So I'm guessing he's either looking for Cav or the the Law is actually quite good, but he needs like a 5 cost unit to play off of it.
Yeah, Trafalgar Law, one of the better green cards, I feel like, that in the last couple sets for these different green decks because of that ability to shambles out a character and play a 5 cost down to pressure onto the board, maybe get some extra effects.
Yeah, so I think I might have saw a carrot in Number's hand, so that would be a good target off the Law.
Especially once this Perona turns sideways, right? If it tries to attack in one of these Bonnies or maybe gets rested off a leader effect, that's going to be easy stun for Numbers.
So I think I did see the 5 cost Nami. I think that's a pretty natural play.
Yeah, 5 cost Nami. I think I wonder if he's questioning on when he exactly plays it, because we saw in the last turn playing down or swinging 5 before playing down the Perona, maybe not giving Numbers the opportunity of whether he should rest the Perona or the Shoujo Girl promo. So it just goes ahead with the 5,000 power swing of the Perona to take out the Bonnie, and with the leader effect resting the leader, now goes in with the Nami played. I would have loved to see maybe like play Nami first, get the Dawn attached, and now swing 6. But I guess if you're always aiming to get rid of the Bonnie, maybe it doesn't matter at that point because you'll get the knockout either way.
Yeah, probably not the biggest difference. I don't think we're ever countering to save the Bonnie Searcher anyways.
That would be a lot of cards out of hand. And for a deck that doesn't draw a lot of cards, that would be a lot to give up. So now going into a 7 Dawn turn, we have that 6 cost Trafalgar Law. then immediately picked it up and played down the carrot.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what 5 drops he has in hand. If he doesn't have one, at least like maybe the Bonnie search can find you Cavendish or the Seeker Bonnie.
Both would be huge, I think, at this point. But no, just goes in with the shambles now. Maybe already has a 5 cost that he's ready to utilize. So is going to go ahead, pick up that 1-drop Searcher Bonnie and play down a potential 5 cost. It's got that carrot on the field to stun the Perona. And also this leaves up 1 Dawn, right? So didn't want to take his chances on a search.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. If he already had Cavendish or Secret Bonnie, I definitely would have left the search first, but I think leaving up the Dawn is too important.
I would agree. And so because of that carrot on play effect, the on play when attacking that Perona will stay as rested. We'll see how much Omertoza tries to swing at this carrot, right? Because carrot, huge threat on the field, and Trafalgar Law does not gain blocker until Bonnie is at 1 or less life.
Yeah, I don't recognize the card next to Kikunojo. Hopefully it's either Robin or Moria.
Let's see. Just gonna say, it looks like baby 5, or I think that was a Robin at the end of the hand, if that's what you're referring to.
Yeah.
Over at the bottom of the stack, the alternate art. Yeah, so going to be nice to at least heal 1, get a cycle off of leader effect maybe. So after that swing is going to go ahead, do that exact thing that we talked about. Pitching 1 life, putting it in the trash, going to be a regular art of the Robin to heal 2. And now with 7 or less cards in hand, is going to draw 1 off of leader. Are going to get that attached 1. With Trafalgar Law on this turn, since you're sitting at 3 life, probably not going to be a blocker.
Yeah, I think if he has a Dawn to afford, for sure. Also, it is worth, for example, like swing carrot at face first and then swing Law at the Perona. Oh, okay. Or you can swing at, looks like he wants to swing at Perona first.
Swinging at Perona, I believe in stunning the 5 cost Nami, especially with the 5 cost Nami. You may just want to keep it as rested because you don't want to risk potentially playing out another body on the field with that on KO effect. And the 8 cost Dracula Mihawk coming down onto the field to restand for Dawn for you, be able to reutilize that Dawn, play down another searcher or kind of character, or maybe just attach bigger numbers for lead. So it looks like the search is going to be the option with that 1-drop Bonnie from the old original starter. More characters come on the field and they turn sideways.
Yeah, so I guess it would just be a 7 lead. I don't know if he has anything else to do.
Just going to go with that 7 lead, as you mentioned. 7, a pretty good number at Nami. Forces 2 cards to come out of hand. Is going to use leader effect to get rid of the Kikunojo to become a 7K leader and then give up a baby 5. You like seeing a little bit of the over counter.
Yeah, I guess the Nami has to counter there if they want to use the leader effect next turn, because I think their hand was, they were at 7 in a hand, so after taking life, and if they drew, they'd be at 9 cards, so it'd be pretty hard to use leader effect. So I think it is correct to counter.
See a couple other 2Ks in the hand already with that Zeus and also the also another baby 5 on top of that. So just kind of cluttered with 2Ks, and looks like now going at the carrot with this 8,000 power Robin swing.
Yeah, definitely want to protect the carrot. This card is carrot is too broken.
So is going to counter out with the Jewelry Bonnie and play the 10 cost Newgate, one of the good stuff cards, as I like to say, that get inserted in the Nami deck. I think drew into a 4 cost Zoro from OP15, so may want to think about leaving that in the hand. pitching the Kiku Nojo.
Yeah. So this is an interesting line. You could argue that you play the 10 cost first, so you can swing a little bigger. It does. I think the reason why we play around it is because you can leader effect the Newgate and Shanks it. But I think there's an argument for either way. I don't know if you really want to play around 9 Shanks this game because I think the Nami's falling pretty behind here. So maybe
starting
you just, like, can't afford to play around everything.
Is starting out the turn, finding a Supernova type card. It's going to be the I Know You're Strong, so I'll go off from the very start. Definitely a great card, as we've been talking about on the stream and in green decks in general. Stunning 2 7 cost or less. Might try to utilize it on this turn to be able to freeze the Robin and the Nami and prevent the amount of, or more attacks, I will say, to go at your face in the coming turns. Looks like Bonnie probably in a pretty good spot this game.
Yeah, so the only awkward thing is that you actually your board is full, and I don't really want to play over anything. I mean, you could play over a Bonnie Searcher, or you could argue maybe the Laboon is not needed anymore because your board is so full. It's hard for them to catch up.
It's one of those weird things because, like, I assume that Numbers has Zeus in the back of his mind, right? And that's why, like, one of the reasons why Laboon is so important, since, like, Red Rock is gone. So going to be on that 7,000 power attack, going to use leader effect and a 1K to get out of it to go to 8,000 power. Does have a couple different attacks that he can utilize if he wants alongside leader, and also maybe this Dracul Mihawk on top of it, but I don't know. Oh, it looks like he is going to get aggressive.
Yeah, he has 8 Dawn left, so I did see another Mihawk in hand, so it looks like Numbers might be going for that play.
So Dracul Mihawk taking a swing, does still have that free block of the Newgate, but as you were talking about, right, something that Omer Toza is probably thinking about with 9 Dawn left open, if this free block happens, it exposes him to a 9-drop Shanks here.
Yeah, there's 1 Dawn attached to Carrot too, so it's actually...
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. There's only 8 Dawn. Never mind. Yeah, you're right. So playing over this Laboon right here to restand 4 Dawn. See, this is why I like having a co-caster, because they can call me out when I'm wrong on stuff. It's very, very nice. You've got 4 Dawn left open to be able to utilize between your Bonnie and Trafalgar Law. Looks like we'll get aggressive with the Trafalgar Law.
Yep, I do like this. Just swing 7/7. He probably pretty likely to take one of them.
So it does 2K out of the first one. Getting a lot of cards out of the hand on this turn. Takes that second swing, as you were mentioning, more than likely was going to happen. Now Nami back at a full 10 Dawn turn. Thank you all in chat for letting us know that when we get to the hand cams, the audio is cutting out. We'll try our best to fix it at this point, but maybe testing some things out right here. Ooh, Rygo is in the hand.
Yeah, that's an interesting tech option. You could do some crazy combos like double Zeus Rygo, or I mean, I don't think that's coming this turn, but I think that could definitely come up later.
So Rygo being in the hand definitely can get rid of some of these big boss monsters, or even, especially now that Laboon is gone, you know, any one of these characters when we hit that 1 or less life, and in combination with the Zoro, the 4-cost Zoro, we could, you know, at 1 life use that effect and then go ahead and heal right away. That is something that can happen. And so is going to go in with the swing and rest. And then with the, it looked like the Newgate swing, I think it was, KO'd the Dracul Mihawk. I think he's thinking about Zeusing, yeah.
Zeus Rygo is like not terrible, even though you trash a life. You can clear Mihawk and Carrot, swing into the Bonnie Searcher.
Yeah, you'd be able to allow at least potentially your Nami in a future turn to restand.
Yeah, I think he's going for it.
So is going to go ahead and Zeus. You take a life and put it in your hand to KO a 5-cost or less character, reminiscent of the old Thunderbolt. And now, since a life left the life area, Nami does get to do that draw off of the leader effect. Now we'll see if they tap the 6 for that Kingdom Come, but is thinking about Robin instead. Just try to go back up to 3 life and be able to maybe use it in a future turn. I think that's the 4th Robin now hitting the trash.
Yeah, I like the Robin play. I think this is it's actually a pretty big turn for the Nami.
Yeah, you're able to get rid of that carrot that consistently stuns your Nami or your Robin, and now kind of give yourself a chance with some of these like different swings that you can use. Bonnie finds another secret rare Bonnie to be able to maybe play on this turn if you want to get a little bit of filtering, but I don't know, like you can play blockers, right? And you can get like really defensive. You're still at 3 life, relatively healthy, but I feel like you got to make a good move, right? You got to make a big move on this turn.
Yeah, so I do remember he had 1 stun event, so I think that's probably worth playing, but I don't know. It's more
I think
important,
I think he has both Electrical Luna and a I Know You're Strong event in hand right now.
Okay. Yeah, that could be good. Like, for example, you stun Robin Nami this turn, and then you can Luna the next turn after the other 7 Robins rested.
Yeah.
But you do need a develop board. Like, you can't... Oh, the Rival's gone.
Okay, so not using it there, just using it off your leader effect to be able to plus 2,000 power for the rest of the turn. Definitely one of the reasons Nami is so strong and well positioned within this format. Has a fair amount of cards in hand. I think he's got something like 8 or so cards in hand. This Bonnie right here is counting it up on how many cards he'll have rested. Has exactly 8 after tapping 5. Is going to be able to go ahead and draw 2, trash 1, and restand 1 Dawn as active. Is going to go ahead and pitch a Trafalgar Law. Now we've got 5 Dawn, I believe, or 6. I think 6 Dawn to be able to work. No. How much Dawn do we have?
I think this is... Yeah, it's 6 Dawn. I think that's correct, because the Secret Bonnie restands 1.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, cool. I was like, I'm going crazy right now. Is going to go ahead, tapping the 3 for the I Know You're Strong. Is going to freeze the Nami and also the Nico Robin. Be able to try to stall out the attacks on this turn, leaving 2 Dawn open, potentially 1 for leader effect, and maybe 1 for a counter event if he's got another one in hand.
Is that an 8-cost kid?
It's either 8-cost kid or 8-cost gecko. I know Nami sometimes flip between the two. I think that no, I think that's a gecko alternate. Because he is running a Thriller Bark package, yeah.
Yeah, it's a strong card either way.
So he's going to go ahead, swing the Newgate, leader effect, resting the Robin here on the near side. Taking the life is going to go ahead, draw 1 card because the life left the life area. It's going to be another 10-cost Newgate. So I think he was really leaning on the 8-cost Gecko to play on this turn. But now he's thinking about if he should go with the 10-cost Newgate. Going to go with the 10-cost Newgate, that SP version from OP15. Draw 2, trash 1. And especially now, because leader effect has already been used for the Bonnie player, the 2 Dawn that you're going to be able to attach to leader is going to be a nice 7,000 power swing. Even though it'll just be blocked by the Mihawk, actually, now that I think about it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a 12k blocker.
Yeah.
And at this point, like, the Nami's board is so ahead, like, even if numbers can top deck a 9 Shanks, I think you're okay with that.
So is just going to pass off the turn right here. Going into another 10 Dawn turn with Bonnie. Still 2 life to be able to work with and plenty of cards in hand. Some different bodies. I think he's got 2 more strong events in hand. Or no, 1 strong event, 1 Luda. But he's got the Goat Hody Jones and a couple different 2Ks.
Yeah, no 9 Shanks though, nothing big.
So going in with this search is going to have to find a supernova. There's that Shanks, but you can't grab it off of this since it's not a supernova character. Ends up finding a searcher instead, passing on the Cavendish.
Yeah, I believe I saw 1 in hand already, so I don't think you need the second one.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I don't really know I guess you can like double develop 5 drops, but you are falling behind here.
So with the 5,000 power swing is just going to proc the leader effect to be able to make Nami a 7,000 power leader for the rest of this turn. Is going to have to mean that if Law or Bonnie wants to swing in at lead at this point, going to have to attach a Dawn as well. And in the face of a 10 cost Newgate, might go ahead and free block on here, but no, just 1K's out of it. Maybe trying to save the free block for the Mihawk if it swings.
Yeah, the scary thing is like you turn your board sideways and a lot of it just dies to these 12k swings.
Mm-hmm. So it is going to play another one of those 5-cost secret rare Bonnies just to filter out. It's interesting because you said that he maybe has like another Cavendish in hand. Maybe he doesn't want to. Yeah, there's that Cavendish that we just mentioned. Interesting, didn't want to play down the Cavendish to then play the Bonnie, right? Because we restand a couple Dawn, be able to double play. But I guess more going into this Bonnie Electrical Luna to be able to say, okay, anything outside of the 10 cost Newgate's going to stay rested.
Yeah, I think I would have liked to see the Cavendish come down, but you would have to play over your Bonnie Searcher, unfortunately.
Maybe is trying to aim to utilize this Bonnie Searcher in the next turn as well on top of that. Because I don't think we've seen a Law and Beppo at this point, either on the searches or in the hand.
Yeah, Beppo would definitely help, but I don't think Numbers is running it.
So he's going to start out with a Newgate swing. The leader effect resting the other Newgate is going to be swinging at that Trafalgar Law. So getting it off the field before it potentially becomes a blocker that he's going to have to get around.
Yeah,
Now the 8 cost.
Moria, right?
Yeah, I like the Moria played over the Nami just simply because you're able. I mean, if that Nami just keeps getting rested by various different effects, you might as well just play over it and maybe either get an active character or get a Kumasian life FC to maybe trigger out a Perona. Very defensive game for Nami, I feel like, at this point.
Yeah, I mean, Nami has all the time in the world for life with 12k blockers. And doesn't look like Bonnie's able to contest here, really.
Plenty of cards in hand, but what do you do with the 9 Dawn that you have left? First searching for or off of the Bonnie to start out the turn is maybe thinking about going to 7,000 power swing at lead with one of the secret rare Bonnie blockers.
Yeah, I don't know if I saw like real units for Bonnie to play here.
The only thing I really saw was Hody Jones. Which I don't know if Hody Jones would be the correct thing that we want to do, but ended up taking that life, just putting it in hand, no trigger to play out a Bonnie, is thinking about whether or not they want to trigger this life off of the other secret rare Bonnie swing. And it looks like it's going to be Kingdom Come. Kingdom Come's going to be able to get rid of that little searcher there. Nice free, get rid of that. So now we'll see if he decides to go in with lead. Looks like is just going to go a 5K swing at lead. No leader effect has been utilized yet. Now is actually being utilized. Going aggressive with Dracul Mihawk. Is just going to 2K out of that attack. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, maybe he thinks this is his only out. He's just going to try to kill him next turn with Hody. But
he's going to restand too.
We're not going to get there.
Yeah, especially with the 2 and now an Electrical Luna stunning the 2 different bodies. Leaves up 1 Dawn. Could be for the leader effect. Could be for an I know you're strong for some counter. Especially because there's a couple swings coming at you and just 3 swings connecting can win the game. And with 4 potential swings on the Nami side, that is entirely possible. But you got a fair amount of counter in hand as Bonnie.
Yeah, this is tough. This is going to be some pretty big swings right here.
So does have that Borsalino that you were talking about. The talk of the town once OP15 released. So now starting out 12,000 power swing, I think is going at the blocker Bonnies. Leader effect resting the other new gate, but is going to collect one knockout before that KO, or before we go in and swing more. Now going in with the Gecko. We'll see if he swings at the Bonnie or maybe at the Life. Looks like 2K, 2K, 1K to go up to 10. So 11. I think he was swinging at the Secret Rare.
Yeah, I kind of like 15 at Mihawk. Like your board is full, unless you want to develop Borsalino.
He's probably, I feel like he's going to play Borsalino over one of these Robins. On that swing, taking a Life. Can't play that Gecko down onto the field because you attach so much to leader. But yeah, is just going to play this Borsalino to be able to heal one since you are at 2 or less life. Go all the way back up to 3. It's going to be tough right here. And yeah, I think the goal right now is Hody Jones just for a Hail Mary.
Yeah, this might be GG's.
So with the Hody Jones, you would have 3 Dawn left to be able to work with, but not very powerful swings, especially when Nami can so easily make her a 7K leader. You restand 2 off of Cavendish swing, but no, just goes for a Searcher Bonnie first.
Yeah,
Did
he's
find
there
it
so many
is-
times. I wonder. He probably went through that Shinx already. I imagine he went
Yeah,
through that already.
He's definitely cycled his deck at this point with all of the Nami searches. So if you're used to cycling your deck, you should know what's in the next 5 cards if you were to get to do another search. Starts out with the 7, is just going to go ahead and take it. No leader effect at this point. Now has 9 Dawn left to work with. Just a 5K trying to bait out this leader effect. So now the swing with the Draco Mihawk 8,000 power is just going to be a 2K to get out of it. The Bonnie just trying to elongate this game just a little bit longer, more than likely going to be using the a stun event of some sort. No,
Wait,
looks like he's
four
playing
there.
something.
Is that a Zoro?
Oh,
Nami.
Nami. So Nami doesn't do too much in terms of being able to be aggressive, but at least it establishes a little blocker for you that'll be on the field. And so now you got 2 blockers with the Dawn left. I think he can. Is the Nami locked to just Straw Hat Crew to restand Dawn?
Oh, maybe it is. I'm actually not sure.
No, yeah, you can set up to 5 Dawn as active at the end of turn. So not opting or maybe not remembering to be able to restand the 5 Dawn. If he might not have any counter events in the hand. So that might be the biggest reason why, but could have maybe set himself up if there's like a counter event in life of some sort. But if he cycled the deck, he should know exactly what's in his life. So now going aggressive at, we do have an event in our hand.
Yep, you just forgot.
Is going to go ahead and take that one Nami, drawing one off of the leader effect. It depends, because it could be an electrical Luna that he has, and therefore you can't use that as counter. So it looks like Nami...
He could have just like went for board here.
Yeah.
Just to like play super safe if he wants to. Like if this ever goes to time, I don't know how close you are, but like Nami's never losing on time.
It's one of those things too that, oh, it wasn't I know you're strong. So I guess he didn't think he was going to go for lethal at that point. Because he didn't leave up any Dawn for that.
Wait, does he have second Hody Jones? He pitched Hody Jones last turn, no? Well, now we just like can't even. I mean, like it's not like the lethal chance is good, but like
we do have a second Hody Jones, so is going to be able to rest the Dawn and Borsalino. If we can get 4 hits on this, Nami, we'll be able to escape from this absolute grind fest. But first, we're going to swing with the Cavendish, just 7,000 power right here, restanding 2 Dawn. Pretty easy for Nami to get out of, but right there, you see leader effect and a 1K to get out.
yeah, I was just told this is turn 0, but
yeah, but I think
it's gonna matter.
No, because especially because I don't think they'll be able to survive in this next turn. Can go ahead and swing with this Bonnie. It's just going to counter out once again the 7, another counter out. And yeah, just going in with the life and saying, you know what, because you countered out of so many, we'll just save time and I'll concede right there. So Nami becoming the winner in that one off of some scary start. It looked like Bonnie had a pretty good, decent start to that game, but just with all the, despite all the stunning that Nami had to face, being able to stabilize, especially with those 10 Goss Newgates, was huge.
Yeah, I think the turn that really turned it around was, I can't remember, it was like the 9 or 10 Dawn turn where Bonnie played over the Laboon, and the Zeus was able to swing tempo a lot.
Yeah, that turn of just playing the Zeus, being able to remove that carrot off the board, so pesky. Definitely was a big deal because that's not only the stunning to be able to maybe get one of your characters to restand, but it's another attack that you don't have to worry about.
Yeah, I think also maybe the Bonnie searcher was kind of bait.
Yeah,
I think Bonnie was like really trying to greed that one. Maybe we're supposed to. I can't remember what unit he played over Laboon, but play over Bonnie searcher and just try to maintain tempo.
yeah, especially because you had so many 2Ks in hand, right? Like you have a lot of counter, and especially like what card are you actually looking for in those situations? I think he was really just trying to dig for the Bonnie blockers. I feel like that's kind of where I think he was going.
Yeah. Yeah. Also, those Bonnies are just bottom decking your Shanks, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I believe the list he showed me, he had three Shanks. So, and Bonnie, that's definitely like not guaranteed to find at all. I think most of the time you find one, but it's Bonnie. You're
Yeah, I
running
mean,
unsearchables.
most of the times when you have like an unsearchable card in the deck, I feel like in the One Piece card game, because drawing cards is not like I don't. Are you familiar with Pokemon?
No, I'm not.
So like Pokemon, like you can go through your whole deck in like 3 turns. It's very aggressive, and you have cards that can like find anything. So like non-searchable cards in One Piece are a lot different to where like if you want to run non-searchable cards and you want to be able to consistently find them every single game, you have to run a play set of them. Just because there's not as much like raw draw that you can do with it. So I totally understand like playing 3 of them at least in the deck because the card is good. 9-drop Shakes is just such a good card for the deck.
Yeah, it's an issue with Bonnie deck building. In the right matchup, Shanks is insane. In other matchups, it's pretty useless. Like an L, for example, it does absolutely nothing. So that's kind of issue with deck building. You
And
just
especially
like
because
figure out what your ratios.
like you need to try to target like big giant boss monsters that don't have a protection effect on them, right? Like you don't necessarily care about the OP15 one drops that have all those protection effects. But yeah, definitely a kind of fringe card, I will say, or of if it's useful or not within a matchup, even though it's just generally a card that we consistently see in Bonnie. So I don't know exactly. We can go solo if we want. Morgo's messaging me, or if you've got other things that you want to talk about, Joshua. If you want to keep going, you've got a thought, or you maybe want to critique a little bit on that gameplay. Like, remember some things you're like, this play sucked. Let me know. Yeah.
Yeah, thinking back, like, okay, so there was one thing I can't really see the hand too clearly. There's one like this one I think is relatively minor. Playing against Nami, I kind of like countering the first hit when I can. If they're gonna jam like 7+ on us, by the way, it's like not specific to Bonnie. This is like any deck into Nami. If I can counter the first hit for one card, I tend to do so just to deny the card draw. And then, because they're gonna play 5-cost Nami the following turn, and they're gonna take your life and draw a card, and then they're gonna swing your face. So I'd rather take those 2 hits in one turn. Just to deny on one card. That being said, like if your hand, you don't have counter in your hand, or you want to keep all your cards, sometimes you do have to take that 5K swing.
Especially as like a
so
5-life leader, right?
Yeah. Like it does feel bad to counter the first hit when you only have like 5 cards in hand. It does feel bad, but if you're expecting the 5-cost Nami, you're gonna get 2 more cards in the following turn anyway. So sometimes it's fine.
Yeah, it's.
But I think.
Sorry.
I think that was like a minor thing, and I don't even know if it's a misplay. It depends on his hand. I think the big thing, like going back to, is like playing over the Laboon. Which, to be fair, like I don't even know, like I guess Namis are all playing Zeus now. I'm not sure because there were previous metas where Namis were off of Zeus. I think like OP14. Because I think like in that meta it was like Emu and Mihawk, and I don't think Zeus was actually doing very much. I don't know like what removals Nami run because I guess they're on Zeus now, but I don't think they run Gravity Blade, for example. Red Rock's not a thing anymore.
I would assume
So
that Zeus is a pretty valid card, I feel like, in this format, because even though, we joked about how 9-cost Shanks doesn't work against like the different Enel cards because they're just big giant boss monsters, especially with something like a Holly, right? Being able to get rid of that 3-cost Holly on certain situations is so good to be able to like neutralize or get rid of a Ohm in the future a little bit easier. Or even in the Lucy matchup with like Cavendish, right? Being able to remove that 4-cost Cavendish before it gets to swing can sometimes swing a lot of favors and a lot of game plans, I think. And especially with random stuff too, like even in the red green Luffy matchup, right? With like maybe a 5-cost Sanji, you've got the 4-cost Nami blocker, right, that you can maybe get around, even though they do have some protections with like the promo Robin, or maybe they run Laboon as well. It's like we saw in that game. As soon as that protection effect leaves, like it's open season, it's hunting season.
yeah, the more I think about it, like Zeus is just good. Like
Yeah.
some matchups is not as good, but like I don't know, Bonnie, if you're on GP Luffy is really good.
And especially
It
like
makes a lot
too
of sense.
with your leader effect, right? Zeus not only being able to get rid of that 5-cost, but it activates your leader effect on top of that. If you don't have like a burn thing, or you can't guarantee that you're gonna snag a life because maybe you're board controlling a little bit on that turn, the Zeus is a great way to be able to just draw that one more card that is so good in Nami, and one of the reasons why it's a forefront in this format.
Yeah. I was just told that the main 2Ks right now are Kumasi and Zeus. I think in OP14, when I was following a little more closely, I think it was more like Kumasi and Hiyori, if I remember correctly. So maybe now there's either no or less ratios of Hiyori.
I don't think there was any Hiyori that I saw within that deck. I think the only other 2K that I saw in there was Baby 5, right? Which is something that we've seen like on and off in different builds of Nami since its release in OP11, because just draw 2 cards is pretty good, right? If you're a multicolor leader for the price of nothing.
Yeah, I mean, these yellow, like, for yellow, you just, like, pick whatever 2K that has a nice trigger. You know, beige is gone, just pick Baby 5. It's a fun thing.
Yeah. It's definitely good, and I joke about Nami being like a good stuff deck sometimes, but it's coming more together with like the Thriller Bark stuff. There's some people that run Sky Island packages as well. We didn't see it in this round, but all of those Sky Island cards that came out in OP15 are just so broken, with like the 7-cost Robin being able to play something out the Bell Luffy that we saw earlier in this tournament with the yellow Luffy, and so much more. There's like, when you face up against a Nami player, you're like, okay, what am I going to face this time around?
Yeah, yellows, they have so many OP cards now. Borsalino, like, even Wiper, like, that card is absolutely insane. Yeah, Bell Luffy's, like you said, like, arguably the best deck in the set. You just pick whatever. It's all good. Like, you can't go wrong.
And I do know that we've got our next round matchups that we're going to be utilizing in here. So I'm gonna try to get your opinion real quick before we get into that. So it's BY Nami versus Black Yellow Moria. So even though we're seeing a repeat of Nami, we're starting to see Moria. So how do you feel about the Moria deck?
Moria's good, but honestly, I think this matchup is pretty cursed. I'm not gonna lie, 7K leader. Like you just like can't deal damage to them for a long time, and they just like establish Robins and everything.
You've really got to be able to not only utilize your loop effects, but also play out your big bodies of your own, right? With like the 9-cost Boa, the 8-cost Gecko, that we'll see some Namis play. So it's definitely really interesting. I think probably play triggers are going to matter a ton in the matchup, just simply because the plus 1000, like going across with Gecko's leader effect, is going to be a big deal, right? It's less on that you have to commit per body, especially with your 5,000 and 6,000 power bodies to be able to swing, especially a leader effect when you got a Kiku Nojo on the field. That's going to be a good one.
Yeah. I'm going to switch off.
Thanks for joining me again. I appreciate you as always as we get into our 5th round that we've got. It's a 6-round championship for anyone who does not know, and we've already got it. So is G Weezy, are you back on the table now? Maybe not exactly yet. But anyways, we're getting into this one. It is in the coming turns. I think they're just doing die rolls and things like that. Both players definitely have to put out life first and decide the hand. But with this matchup specifically, it looks like we already see over here on the left side with the Nami, it is a Thriller Bark package and also playing Hioris. G-Weezy, are you there? I think I
Can
heard
you hear
you.
me okay?
Yeah, and you got the mic in a great position right now. So, Chad, let us know if the audio is still a little bit low. We did some testing in the intermission, and we think we got it now.
Okay.
We're pros.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Did he
So
figure out which side?
yeah. So first of all, did you see the Don Krieg? I gotta ask.
I did, but I think he already lost one, so no final
Oh.
table. Yeah.
Yeah. Unfortunate, but still could at an X1 qualify for nationals, could sneak in
Yeah.
on that bubble. But for now, we've got to think about Nami versus Moria. So who do you feel like can maybe come ahead in this matchup? It looks like Moria going first and using that Lilith.
Oh my god. I want to see Moria.
Yeah, Moria, I mean, has so many different excellent bodies able to utilize, especially with this Lilith, having really good synergy in the deck, trying to find any card with a trigger. We see a 9-cost boa, we see Ryuma and Hogback to be able to grab. It's going to be curious to see what he goes for at this point.
The boa.
And it looks like Boa. I mean, Boa is going to be a really nice one, right? Especially with Gecko having some lower to the ground bodies and Nami becoming a 7K leader. Just establishing the Boa on the field is going to be a big 10,000 power body that's going to be able to threaten life pretty well, I feel like.
Who do you think will get it this round?
I think Nami has a little bit of an edge in this one. Just simply because being that 7K leader and being able to play like a lot more consistently, I feel like the heals, but Gecko on the other side with that leader effect has a potential to heal so many times in a single turn with the 4-drop Zoro, the leader effect, right? So I'm going to be curious, but it looks like both players not having too bad of starts for their first and second turn. Nami getting down the Shoujo Girl promo, passing it off to Gecko for the 3-Don turn. So let's see if he's got an Absalom in the hand. Absalom would be a really nice one. It's either Absalom or trying to build up the trash with the 1-drops, I think, is probably one of your more ideal plays to do. But no, just goes 8,000 power lead. Not really developing right here. Is thinking about using leader effect and also a 2K to get out of the attack, but no, just goes ahead and takes the life, and S1F is going to get a Will You Be My Servant trigger. Yeah. Will You Be My Servant going to be very nice. Going to find any cost of 2 to 8 that they're going to be able to grab, which is almost their whole entire deck. We see Eustace, Captain Kidd, and Sanji in the hand. Maybe no 10-cost Newgates in this version. Especially with a Thriller Bark. And it looks like it's going to be Perona on the grab there. Definitely a nice card to be able to play on your 5 or 4-Don turn here now. So now going into Nami's 4-Don turn. Could go ahead after swinging this 5,000 power at lead. Maybe play down the Perona and still get a Dawn on leader. Looks like countering out with the Perona of their own. Good setup, right? You want on that first counter to put the Perona in trash in case of a trigger of sorts to play it out on the field. Ooh, but not utilizing the activate main. Did not utilize that activate main to give a Dawn to your leader on the turn. So if this Gecko goes, probably just forgot to do it before saying pass. But if Gecko wants to go in even more aggressive, they might have an opportunity to put the Nami to 2 life because it's a lot harder to counter when you don't have that that one. But just a 5K swing is going to be a 1K out of it. Never punished, Zoro, as some would say. The 4-cost Zoro is going to heal.
searching one Dawn? No.
No, just leaving that one Dawn up as active. No Victorious
Hmm.
Injury or Dr. Hogback to play out onto the field. Interesting.
Is there some type of maybe just counter event?
Typically not, I feel like, with the release of
Yeah.
OP15. Some of them were running the, like, I think it's a 4,000 power counter event that Gecko got in OP14, but a lot of them have dropped it now with the introduction of Zoro into the list. But the 6K swing getting a life is going to get a Lilith trigger. So both players getting search triggers off of their first life is going to be an 8-cost Gecko in the hand, another boss monster to use. Now the 5-cost Nami coming in to go ahead and take this life. Especially with the aggressive Gecko healing with that Zoro on this last turn. If he doesn't counter out of this 7,000 power swing, yeah, he's taking 3 life on this turn.
Wonder what he left that one Dawn up for then.
Probably just wanted to swing 5,000 power to maybe feint that like, okay, you don't know what I'm gonna do with this 5 Dawn, right? Leave it up a little bit more to mystery in a sense.
Okay.
But looks like we're at our 7 Dawn turn now. So at 7 Dawn, we still can't play Gecko, but it looks like we have another 4-cost Zoro in the hand. If we want to get that down, just go back up to 3 in the heal. But 6-cost Gecko, definitely a great card. You've got some good targets in the trash to be able to bring back out onto the field. And especially because if you brought back the Perona, you could stun the 5-cost Nami from attacking.
Yeah.
So with the 7 Dawn is definitely thinking, I think Gecko is probably the best play, right? You want to build up the board a little bit, especially because you know that your opponent is also running kind of a Thriller Bark engine. You want to maximize the amount of swings that you have on board for when they maybe do some more Peronas and things like that, some stuns, or maybe like a Zeus, get rid of a body. You've still got some population on the board.
Yeah, I think the Gecko is also a better choice because he can always just leader ability to heal anyways, right?
And so is going to go in with a 5,000 power swing. Leader effect going on, getting rid of that uses Captain Kid. I don't know. I kind of like Kid in this matchup. I think being able to guarantee take 1 life, especially with no trigger. So now the Gecko going in. I think he's just resting 4 or 5. It looks like it's going to be 4 for a Zoro. So not going in with the Gecko play.
I'm surprised he went for the Zoro instead.
Yeah, I am too, just prioritizing like a little bit of healing. And now this kind of opens up to Nami right now that if they had another 5-cost Nami, all right, just go ahead and take another life. So now swinging at that Perona, just trying to control board a little bit because we didn't freeze that one. Is going to aim for a double play, getting that Ryuma on the field. The Ryuma on KO. I believe it's draw 2, trash 2. Is going to be definitely a nice card to get a target with your leader effect. We still haven't used leader effect for Gecko for plus 1,000 power our entire board, which is going to be nice now that we have 2 Zoros set up.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll see something along the lines in the next turn from our Gecko player of swinging with the Ryuma to try to get the leader effect of the Nami to go off, and then go ahead and use our leader effect to pop the Ryuma, and now we can swing 7 with these different Zoros. But first, we got to get through Nami's turn right now, swinging 6,000 power. I don't know if it's at lead or the Zoro right here. I could see either or. It looks like it's at lead. He's just going to take it again. He is taking so many different swings, I feel like. Yeah, and the trigger coming out is just going to be a Hogback. Hogback also might be a pretty good target for your leader effect, right? Because it can just replace itself with another character onto the field. You still maintain board presence. Especially because if you brought out Perona on the field from the Kumasi trigger, you wouldn't have any bodies that you really want to stun. You don't really care about the Shoujo girl.
Yeah.
So now going in with
Robin.
Robin being able to cycle that life. We'll see. I think they have enough for leader effect right here.
Shoujo.
No, they didn't. I don't know how many cards they have in hand, but if they didn't have 7 or less, or if they had more than 7 cards in hand, not going to be able to draw with that leader, even though, or actually, did they draw with leader? Actually, no, they would have drawn with leader when Gecko took the first life. Never mind. I'm crazy. Call me crazy. It's always one of those things that's really hard to like keep track of. And that's why I love that's why I personally have to use tokens when I play, because I always forget like things like that. So anyways, going in now to this Gecko's turn, accidentally flashing the Absalom, doing a little bit of trickery there. Does have a couple different avenues that he can go within this turn. I definitely like maybe the Gecko swing to try to bait the leader effect.
9 Dawn turn.
Yeah, full 9 on turn. We could also see the Boa come in on this turn. So it is going to go ahead and swing. Looks like leader effect was used right there. If he were to play a 9-cost Boa, he wouldn't be able to swing with leader or Ryuma, but maybe he's just going to take it slow. And yeah, just going to play that 9-cost Boa, force Nami to take a life and heal him back up to 2. And now using leader effect, KOing the Hogback to play out a character on field is going to be this Perona to make sure the Nami cannot attack in the next turn. Now that the whole board's plus 1,000 power, yeah, the Zoro swing 7 right here is so good. You get a card out of hand every single swing with these Zoros, a 1K and a 2K getting out of there. So
6 to 6. And then he can just play something off his hand.
Does have to reveal the top life if he wants to do that, though. But looks like did not play anything off the Nami. That's actually huge for the Gecko. You love to see that.
Can't really see what's in the Nami's hand. Maybe they not have anything.
Yeah, it's one of those things that it's definitely a gamble, right? It has to be from the hand. So like if they pitch cards like thriller bar cards like Hogback or Perona earlier in the turn, it would have if they had done that, then obviously they wouldn't have been able to play one if you don't have a Kiku Nojo or anything like that. Can't play it, and it doesn't feel good a lot of times to play like a 2K or another Shoujo Girl or something like that. Is looking at a 10-cost Newgate turn right now.
I feel like it's looking pretty good for the Gecko Moria. He swung 7 and got a 2K.
Yeah, I mean, being able to have so many different swings available to you, especially with all the potential healing, limiting the board like that is a big deal in this turn, even though a 7,000 power and a 10,000 power swing is going to be coming in. Looks like this 10,000 power swing going at lead. It looks like he's going to try to race this Gecko in the life.
7.
Looked like it was a Boa. Maybe didn't have a trigger to play anything out onto the field right now, but is just trying to build up the hand. And now the girl promo getting another Dawn for an 8,000 power swing at lead is going to go down to 0.
Oh my goodness.
So there is still an opportunity, right? With Gecko's leader effect, you are going to be able to heal. And also with maybe like another 9-cost Boa that we see in the hand could go straight back up to 2 if he wanted to, It's a lot of different avenues that you could go with, especially with so many cards in hand.
Popping. Oh, no, swing 5.
Yeah, you always want to try to swing with like a 5,000 power first before you try to use your leader effect, just to bait out Nami's leader effect. And there we see it there with the Hogback. Now KOing the Ryuma to go ahead on that KO to draw 2, trash 2. I like keeping the Perona around. Did find another Zoro.
Trashing the Absalon and...
I would maybe think about going and trashing the... Well, actually, no, I don't think that makes sense in a way. I like getting rid of the Zoro. Zoro is something that you can play. I play later in certain turns with like the 8-cost Gecko Moria. So maybe just setting himself up for that.
Yeah.
So plus 1,000 power across the entire board.
Oof.
especially because even the 6-cost Gecko, right, from PRBO2 can play any 4-cost. It doesn't have to be a Thriller Bard character. So that's going to be nice. He's got multiple avenues for this. And with the 9-cost bow, it is going to heal while guaranteeing taking a life. And we'll see if he uses leader effect to heal one. But first, going in with some 7 swings with the Zoros. I really like these Zoros.
Oh.
These Zoros have applied a lot of pressure.
Yeah.
I'm really curious why on this boa swing we did not, or wait, no, it looks like we blocked with the new gate earlier and maybe I just missed it. I was going to say, you definitely want to block the boa, I feel like. But anyways, is going to go in now with a 7,000 power swing at lead. Has to give up another card in the hand, but first is going to use his own leader effect of getting rid of 3 cards to be able to heal one. That's going to be nice, especially in the face of a couple different swings that he's got. Is going to go ahead and go back up to 2 right then and there. So now for Nami is going to have 1 life left. Does have a blocker Newgate in the hand, and I believe has another one in there. But how much is blocker Newgate going to really help you? And so at a full 10 Dawn turn right now, it would be interesting if you did play the 10 cost Newgate, just simply because you can get the Dawn attached to the Hogback, and then you can go ahead with the Hogback, maybe swing 7 with it, right? Because you give the rested Dawn off of the 10 cost Newgate to one of your characters and your leader. You'd be able to get a bunch of different swings, but no, it's just going to attach, I think, 1.
7?
Yeah, I think it might be 7. Yeah, I think there's 2 Dawn attached there. Is going to have to force multiple cards out of hand. Has 8 more Dawn to work with at this point. So we'll see. I feel like you got a counter out of this one because the Newgate and Robin swings are definitely going to be taking life, right? So you need a counter out of the Hogback and the Nami swings if you can. So it looks like 2K, 1K is the option to get out of that attack. Nami could just spread this Dawn and try to get all 3 attacks to hit. Only a couple cards in hand. I think only 3 cards in hand for the Gecko. You could maybe try to map this out a little bit.
Maybe like a 9, 12 rest on leader.
Yeah, I mean, you could do something like that. Let's see, if we went like a 9, 12 rest on leader route, that would be 3 Dawn utilized in total. So that would be a 12,000 power with leader. So we could go like 9, 12, 12. You could split it a little bit more. You could go like 10, 11, 12, right? If you wanted to get the Robin up a little bit higher. But looks like it's just going to go with an... Oh, yeah, clearing board, minimizing the amount of attacks that she's going to see on this turn. This Nami still has 8 Dawn left, so I don't know exactly what they're looking for.
Yeah. She's gonna play another Robin, or
could be another Robin, but Gecko is going to be the choice. The Gecko is going to be able to grab one of these bodies to put in the life. Didn't choose Kumasi. I kind of like Kumasi. If I'm pretty sure we have one in trash. Especially because Kumasi, you can choose to just keep a 2K in hand. But now is using the girl promo effect to be able to get a Dawn onto leader. Could go ahead and try to swing 6 if we're controlling the board a little bit. Try to get another card out of the hand if we want to swing at this Zoro. I wonder if he'll swing the Newgate.
Yeah, I was wondering that too, but I think he might leave it up just to protect himself because I think his hand size is also low, right?
Yeah, especially if we're controlling board a little bit and we're not going for like a lethal play. So it looks like is going to take the life, just surveying the trash to see what his options are, especially if he's playing down a character on the field.
Oh, trigger.
So it looks like it is going to be a hogback playing a 4 cost or less on the field.
Looking for Perona, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, you've got a spot open on the field. So Perona, even though it doesn't really nullify anything, at least it would just be a body that you can play, but is going for hogback. Especially because the trigger on the Dr. Hogback saying playing any Thriller Bar character card with a cost of 4 or less means that you can play the Hogback. The on-play effect can't play a Hogback, but the trigger can play one. So going ahead and grabbing another card in the hand is just going to pass off the turn and stay just that much more defensive. And we'll see if our Gecko can get out of this and try to swing in for game.
He has 2 boas. Those are 2 big swings.
Yeah, the boas being able to swing big numbers. Got to think about that block on the new gate. And you've got the Zoro there. You've got also maybe just trying to count out like 2Ks or something. I don't really see too many 2Ks in that trash. I would think that the Nami is holding the 2Ks.
Yeah. Yep. 5 at lead.
So starting out with a 5, just trying to bait out that leader effect. Like we mentioned, the Kiku Nojo coming in as the target. Now going to be a 7,000 power for the rest of the turn on the leader.
Oh, it's looking at trash again.
Yeah, I mean, especially because this is the late stages of the game. It feels like in this situation, either you're losing or you're winning in this spot. You definitely need to make sure that you know the entire field. And so using leader effect, being able to KO the Perona to plus 1,000 power everywhere is now going to be 7,000 power at lead.
Oof. Then
This trigger actually maybe putting out a Perona would maybe stun this other hogback, not allow him to attack on this turn. It looks like he is eyeing up that Perona just to be able to nullify the attack.
looks like Nami has 3 cards in hand.
Yeah, with 3 swings left and a blocker, I don't know how you get out of this now without unblockable, but he's just going to try to elongate the game and go in with another bow. You could still swing a couple different options right now, right? Try to get him maybe in a situation to where, like, okay, if you can't get out of this 11,000 power swing and this 11,000 power swing, you'll win the game. And Gecko is going to be moving into our finals. So great job by the Gecko player, really seeing like, okay, even if it's going to be really tough to be able to guarantee and I'm going to lose out on a body swing like the hogback, playing down the boa, right, not only gives me a little bit more life to try to maybe win the game if I don't win right now, but also gives me an opportunity to put them down to 0 before my boa swings, and I can just swing these bigger numbers with these boas like you talked about in the beginning of the turn, how it's going to be so impactful for them.
Yeah. I didn't expect him to play another boa. I thought he was just spread out the Dawn. But
yeah, I mean, but that's the thing, like, especially when you know that there is a Dr. Hogback that is going to maybe trigger out a Perona and one of your 4 cost bodies are going to not be able to attack for the rest of the turn, you get into a situation where, like, okay, with that blocker on the field and still 2 life, I actually, with the stuff that I have on board, I can't just swing in and win split the Dawn. So my best opportunity is to force him to take a life, because it's almost like an extra swing in a sense, right? It's almost like a rush swing there. So very fantastic play by that Gecko.
Okay, yeah, I see. Make him take a life, and then you got 2 more big boas coming out.
Yeah, it's like a pseudo rush in a sense, you know?
I hope my mic's working okay.
No, it was awesome. Yeah, it sounded great. Yeah, especially when you hold it in that position. That's the key position.
Yeah.
That you want. Yeah. So good job by that Gecko player. I think we already have confirmation as well who his opponent is going to be in the final round. Remember, this is a 6-round store championship. He's going to have to face another blue-yellow Nami. So I'm going to, since this will be the last time that we have you here, right, because you're the odd rounds, leave your prediction right now. Do you think Gecko is going to win the 2nd game in a row against Nami, or do you think that Nami's going to get him this time?
I want the Gecko Moria to win.
I do too.
Yeah.
I want the Gecko Morio to win personally because I think it's always cool when you see a rogue deck shine and stuff like that. And I know some people are very, very high on Gecko, like Abster Renee out in Europe. I know they're big Gecko fans and they've been hyping it up a lot. But this one looks to be an interesting list, I will say, with the Ryumas. Usually I don't see too many people playing the Ryumas. But it worked out well for him in that game with that on KO effect. But in that as well, especially with Nami, you're gonna have to outlast a lot of the healing. So like as we saw in that game, Nami kind of got into a position where they weren't healing as much, right? They were going in more so of like 10 cost Newgate, right? That turn might have made all the difference in the game, even though it is a free block. It is one of those things where, okay, that's not a 7 cost Robin. That's not an 8 cost Gecko to be able to heal one in life. So that's something you got to think about, especially in that matchup.
I think they only got to heal once with the Robin. Did they have anything else in hand?
Well, they did have one Robin, which was like that pure heal, but especially in the final Tendon turn that they had, they did play an 8 cost Gecko to be able to put something in life. Yeah. Thank you again so much, G Weezy, for joining me in this tournament. It was a fun one, and I hope you enjoyed the casting experience.
I
Here.
did. Thank you for having me.
Of course. Yeah. I'm glad you were able to join and get some reps in and stuff like that. Hopefully to see you at the casting decks again here soon. But looks like I think we're going over to me before we slide in Cal Joshua over here for the final round of the championship. Again, it's going to be Black Yellow Moria versus Blue Yellow Nami. So I'm very excited to see this. We saw Nami dominate in the championship last night and also throughout the championships, as we've been talking about all stream. You know, Nami has definitely been a forefront of the meta, has definitely solidified itself after this weekend, in my opinion, as a top 3 deck within the meta, definitely in a strong position, being able to be a 7K leader. But Nami's going to have to beat out a Gecko with a bunch of healing, potentially even more healing than what Nami is used to. So we'll see as it comes up here relatively soon. Also, Total Anarchy. I'm so sorry I didn't see this earlier. We've been kind of fumbling around with like the games and some tech issues once or twice in the stream that I totally missed it. Thank you so much for the 62 months subscribed at the tier 1 on the channel. Thank you. I am having great weather here in Las Vegas. You guys can't actually see it, but it is bright, sunny. I think it's like in the 75 or something today. So it's a relatively cool day. But I think it's supposed to start raining soon, which does not happen in Vegas typically. No, my sweet little cat, you cannot go up in the blinds as of right now, not until the tournament is over. So thank you guys so much for joining me in this one. You still have one round to go, so do not go anywhere, right? Got about 5 minutes until our next round that we have here at the championships. And if you're enjoying the stream, make sure to subscribe to the channel. We've streamed some store championships throughout this weekend and make a lot of One Piece TCG content. And if you're over on Twitch as well, make sure to follow the channel. We will be live after this, today. We will be live tomorrow. I'm going to be watching the Red Bull Double Dawn Championships because I did not get to watch that yesterday because we were hosting the store championships. I'm going to take a look at that. And I'm going to really look at the meta because I think the Double Dawn, I felt like at the beginning when it was first announced, we thought it was going to be really crazy, really cool, but then it really teetered off. And just became like a regular meta format, in a sense, just one of your Dawn being an extra 2,000 powers. So that is going to be tomorrow. By the way, it'll be tomorrow morning that I'm going to be doing that. And then Tuesday, we're going to be playing in the Chi Noise Cup as well. The Chi Noise Cup, just to get some tournament reps in, some good practice. Chi Noise Cup winner Kevin ended up winning the Red Bull Double Dawn event. Spoiler alert, I guess if you haven't seen the Double Dawn event as of yet and you're waiting for a stream, he ended up winning it, and he's an active participant in the Chi Noise Cup tournament. So it's always great to be able to get some good reps with him. Yeah, of course, hipster. Thank you so much for being here. I love, and thank you so much to Zulu's Board Game Cafe as well for allowing me to host this championship on the channel, showcase some of their best players, showcase some incredible gameplay as well over here in this championship. It's been very, very fun. And especially if you're on Twitch, what you can do is you can do !Zulu to be able to check out their store. And if you're on YouTube, you can check out the link in the description below. I've got that there. And if you have just been coming in, maybe you are just checking us out, we do have one round left of this championship. It's going to be Black Yellow Moria versus Blue Yellow Nami. Very exciting matchup, in my opinion, especially for the Gecko side. Definitely, probably the crowd favorite if I would have to take a guess. But what was I going to do with the rest of that? Oh, also, if you're coming in just now and maybe you missed the other 5 rounds, this VOD is going to be public, right? So you're going to be able to watch it back if you want after this stream concludes to check out some of the other great rounds. You know, we've had Black Crocodile on, we've had Purple and Nell on. We only had 1 round of Purple and Nell, actually. So a good variety of decks. Some Nami, obviously, some red-green Luffy we also had in there as well, some green Bonnie. So a good variety, I will say, in there. It was awesome. I wish maybe next time I will be next time I'll be here in Seattle. But just with so much stuff going on this weekend, couldn't make it out this time around, but maybe I'll make a travel. I do know some people in Seattle, especially in my Pokemon ventures, that I would love to see, hang out with, say hi to. And also in the One Piece scene as well, because like Hungry Korean had reached out to me, and obviously I've made a ton of friends through this store championship that now I can fall back on as well on top of that. But hopefully you guys have been enjoying it. Also, speaking of the follows, people that have been following on the stream, you've got Rika, Pappy, Haverick, Liches, Frostflow, Elusive Speeds, Hipster, and Cookie Boys. Thank you all so much for following the channel over on Twitch. I super appreciate it. And on YouTube as well. I plan on having some other content coming out within the next couple days, especially talking about how there was the Lil Championships. There was the Red Bull Double Dawn Championships. There was not only these 2 store championships that we've covered on the channel that we are going to have results for, right? To see what are some of the top performing decks of the meta, but also out here in Las Vegas where I live, there are multiple store championships happening this weekend. And I know I got the information for one that happened yesterday, so that'll be included in an upcoming video. And then also on top of that, there's one happening today that I'm pretty sure I'll be able to get the information from to be able to show you guys, especially across several different tournaments, what's been good, what's been bad, maybe overrated in a lot of senses and things of that nature. But I hope you've been enjoying the stream. It's been a fun one. It's been a cool last 2 days, I will say, hosting 2 store championships on the channel. I have definitely learned a lot, especially with, I should have finished my sentence before I took a drink there, but especially with like hosting the championships and trying to prepare for more regionals and stuff like that. Because for anyone who does not know, content creation is my full-time job. This is what I do for a living. And I feel like my biggest shtick is content creation as well. And it's been awesome to have as well G Weezy and also Cow Joshua on top of that joining me on the cast, trying to get some other people some casting experience. I know, especially as they're locals, you know, a lot of the Zulu locals have enjoyed seeing some people that they know, or even just Seattle locals in general. I remember Cal Joshua saying that this wasn't specifically his main local store, but is one that he has visited a handful of times. So it's pretty cool to have like that variety into the championships to make it a little bit more personal and things like that. So next round should be starting up very soon. And then it looks like we're going to real quick, just take a quick break, quick, like 45 seconds to give me a breather because I do talk a lot. So don't go anywhere. It's going to be here very shortly. The finals of the Zulu's Board Game Store Championship happening soon. Hello and welcome back to the final round that we've got of the Zulu's Board Game Cafe Store Championship here in OP15. I am joined by Cal Joshua here. Cal Joshua, how excited are you for this Gecko Nami finals?
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited to see because it's supposed to be pretty cursed for Moria, but Moria took it last round, so hopefully they can put up a good match again this round.
Especially with the Gecko, there was a lot of things that were very interesting, I feel like, within that matchup that they did, especially cementing a lot of those 4-cost Zoros, right? I know that 4-cost Zoro is a very good card in the deck because of not only being able to heal for only 4 Dawn, but being able to be played off of something like the 6-cost Gecko or the 8-cost Gecko, right? To constantly get that recursion. Being able to be a 7,000 power body was so impactful within the matchup. And here we go. We're starting out in this game. Nami going first in this one is going to start out with a Will You Be My Servant to try to find a cost 2 to 8. So a couple different options in here. I think I saw a Cavendish in that search.
The blue 4-cost?
I was gonna say, yeah, that's why I was like, wait a minute, no, they're not playing Cavendish still, right? Like, no, just going for a baby 5 in there. Passing up on stuff like the Kingdom Come, moving into Gecko's second turn. We didn't see this Gecko have a 1-drop kind of mill card in the first game in the last round, but does find one in this one, is going to be able to mill through that top 5. Not great targets, I think, but did find a 4-cost Zoro and a Hogback at least.
Yeah, I do think the 4-cost yellow Hogback is probably the most important one you want to see. Is that in Perona?
Mm-hmm.
So I
definitely
think
some
not bad.
Some good targets. I thought there was another 2K in there. I guess there was only one 2K. I thought there was like a Sindri and something else in there. But anyways, now Nami going into the 3 Dawn turn is going to use that girl promo to draw 1, trash 1, and still have 1 Dawn left open. Might just go in with a 7,000 power swing after fulfilling this effect, getting a Hogback of their own in the trash. And now with the 7,000 power swing already going to be able, because we utilize the Hogback, is going to get that Zoro there because you do not have to play a Thriller Bard character. Just has to be a 4-cost or less. I talked about how impactful that 4-cost Zoro felt in the last round, and now it's going to be able to be used again.
Yeah, I don't know what is in his hand, but I really would like to preserve the 8-cost Moria if possible.
Yeah, being able to constantly utilize the 8-cost Morias to be able to recycle stuff like that 4-cost Aura is going to be huge. We saw Brickbat in the hand, and really nice 3,000 power counter event that I thought a lot of Geckos dropped, especially heading into this format with the inclusion of Zoro. But no, looks like he's got it in this list today, and it's working out for him.
Yeah, I can't tell if he has a 4-drop in hand right now.
I don't think so, because I feel like you would have played it immediately, right?
Yeah, so you do have at least the option of you can leader effect the 1-cost Hogback to see 1 more card if you don't have anything right now. But it is a bit of a gamble.
I think he's got the little Ors Jr. in hand. Or just Ors? Is it called Ors? I actually, truthfully, haven't watched One Piece, so a lot of these characters, I don't know off the top of my head. It looks like it's an Ors in the hand. So did use that KO effect on the Activate main, like you talked about, for plus 1,000 power. Now the Zoro, if it swings, it's going to be for 7,000 power. It's going to have to ask for 2 cards from the Nami, but taking the life. So
yeah, I don't know what Ors is, to be honest, but I don't know if he has a play.
I'll read the Ors to you right now, because I think he's more than likely going to play it down. If you have a Gecko Moria with 10,000 power or more on your field and there are no other Ors cards, this character gains 7,000 power, typically a 0 power character. So there it is. That is it right there. So no Gecko Moria with 10k power or more on the field. Actually, I think that also works with Leader, because it's just looking for a Gecko Moria, not necessarily a Gecko Moria character card. So that's really, really interesting. But on KO, place 3 cards from your trash at the bottom of your deck in any order to play this character from your trash. Could essentially, if you build up the trash enough, be like a free leader effect. This card is so interesting in the list.
Yeah, if it can be that powerful, you said 7K, right? So that's actually a really big deal in this matchup.
Definitely going to make sure that you need to play an 8-cost Gecko, though, before you swing with it, because as soon, even though on the offensive side, if you make your leader a 10,000 power body to be able to swing, as soon as that defensive side comes around, that Ors is going to go right back down to 0. So it'll be an easy body to remove.
He did miss the 5-cost Nami on curve.
Yeah, 5-cost Nami not coming on curve. Swing at the Zoro instead and collecting the knockout.
Yeah, even though you miss the Nami, is like not bad though. Clearing the Zoro, which we talked about, is actually very relevant in this matchup.
Especially because in these kind of early stages of the turn, you don't expect a 10,000 power Gecko to come in. So you're not worried about Ors yet, I will say.
Yeah, I don't believe the 6 cost is in hand. So, oh, it is there. Just kidding.
And so is going to go ahead and play that 6-cost Gecko. Being able to play out this 4-cost Zoro yet again, such a big deal in my opinion. It's really interesting how this Zoro card is just absolutely broken in this deck. Just has really good synergy with so many of your other cards in total. So is going to go ahead and use that on KO effect. Going to put 3 cards back in from the trash to play it back out onto the field. And therefore, you basically get a free 1,000 power for your whole board. Now I'm going to go 7 at lead.
Okay, that's probably a Thriller Bar card if he's looking.
Is going to get a hog back onto the field from his own 8-cost Gecko trigger. And now sitting at 5 life right now to Nami's 2. He's not in a bad spot, especially when there's only a hog back really as a body to be able to swing at him right now.
Yeah, all things considered, even though this is a bad matchup, it seems like things are going pretty well for Moria. You got the 6K body, and I think that's the ideal situation. You have a 6K body, and then you develop the 6 Moria, and we do know there's an 8 Moria in hand. And after that, I saw 9 Boa, so I think that the turns are pretty mapped out now for the Moria. And if there's ever a game to win against Nami, I think this is one of them.
Yeah, especially when you're so mapped out on some of these bigger bodies that you're going to play in the future turns. Nami playing down the Robin is going to go get a heal and a leader effect because a life was removed from the life area on this turn and they had 7 or less in hand. Is going to get a Dawn onto the leader. Could get 2 Dawn right onto the leader. Oh, I think did attach to it. Just looks like 1 from the angle that I saw. So is going to go in with some swings. The 5,000 power hogback swing connects after the 7K swing at the Zoro, gets the KO. Is really controlling the Zoro, but honestly, like he could just let this Zoro die over and over if he's just going to bring it back.
Do we know, can the 8 Moria play Zoro?
No,
trash?
only on trigger. It can only play it from the trigger. Yes, the on play effect specifically says a Thriller Bark costs of 4 or less.
So I don't think I see a good target off of the hogback. So it actually could be worth just swinging into face with your characters, and your leader can swing at the hogback and get rid of it now. Because he has Perona, you never really want to swing at it. But now seems like a pretty good chance, and the leader can't swing at 7 anyway, so it might as well swing at the hogback instead.
So is going to go ahead, play that Gecko to get the hogback onto the field. Just try to populate and use leader effect to be able to get essentially another free one, because hogback is just going to play out Perona, stun that hogback. Definitely an interesting sequence right now, still sitting at 4 life. And now because there's a 10,000 power Gecko on the field, the Ors is going to be 7,000 power to swing on this turn. And that is a continuous effect. That is not just like a your turn effect in a sense. So that's going to be huge. It's going to stay a 7,000 power if things try to swing at it. Or actually, this is 8,000 power because we use leader effect.
Yeah. I feel like maybe the 6 at Hogback is supposed to come first because he might leader effect and put a Hogback target in trash.
Mm-hmm.
Because, yeah, I believe as of now, he can only play Kumasi.
So definitely trash setup a big deal for Nami, but is going to get a baby 5 trigger as they take that life to just draw 2 cards. As I mentioned, definitely a good 2K in the deck, I feel like. And now the 8,000 power Gecko swing with the plus 1,000 is going to be a leader effect and also a 2K Kumasi to get out of it. The 6,000 going at Hogback, as you were mentioning, maybe not necessarily. Oh, I forgot that the Hogback can just play on the on KO effect any 4 cost or less with a trigger not named Hogback.
Yes, I think we really need to swing at the Hogback first there. Because he just pitched that Kiku off of the leader effect.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't have a target. Unless I'm missing something. Maybe there's something else.
So is going to pass off the turn to the Nami, going into their 9 Dawn turn, I believe, at this point. Does have an 8-cost Gecko of their own that they could play if they want. Also has a couple different other opportunities.
So is that Ors is also 7k on opponent's turn?
Yes, correct. It is a continuous effect so long as you have a 10,000 power Gecko on the field. So that's going to be a nice body that's going to stay around, or maybe they have to commit a little bit in order to swing to. But things have gone down very easily. But with the on KO effect of putting 3 cards from your trash back into the deck, maybe it's not even worth swinging at because because it comes back as active, you don't want to do that. And so with the 8-cost Gecko is going to put that Kumasi in life, and the 2 girl promos go in with the 2 Dawn onto leader. The 9K swing with the Robin KOing that 6-cost Gecko now is going to go into lead. A potential trigger just serving the trash because we have put some away in the trash is going to go ahead with the Kumasi to get a hog back on the field. These Thriller Bark matchups, I feel like, go left, right, and center with playing characters, triggering things, gaining life. It's very interesting to watch.
Yeah, I don't know what is his hand, but would have been really nice if you can counter one of these swings. Because then you could play the 9 Boa and go up to 4 life, and then you can swing at the Kikunojo and deny the heal.
The Absalom is going to go ahead and play the hog back. Absalom, I believe, plays any 4-cost Thriller Bark character from the trash onto the field, does not need a trigger on it. So that Black Gecko from OP06 is a viable target for that situation. And so on the on-play effect is going to put 2 cards back into the deck to try to grab a card from the trash. I think it has to just be a Thriller Bark from the trash. Is going to be a Kumasi, a nice 2K in the hand. Yeah, any Thriller Bark card not named Dr. Hogback you can grab. So perfect. Now at a full 10 Dawn turn, we'll see if something like 9-cost Boa comes in on this turn. 9-cost Boa, a huge influence in that last round against Nami. Still plenty of cards in hand for the Nami. If you could do a situation where like leader effect and a 9-cost Boa or something can get you to 4 life, you could just KO this Kikunojo without having to risk the heal.
Yeah, so yeah, if we could counter one more, we could have done that. I think at this point we probably can't, but at least I think we are probably leader affecting the Perona. We can just put the Kikunojo in jail.
Mm-hmm.
That's my guess.
Especially because Perona...
leader...
Sorry, go on.
Yeah, like I think most often you leader affect Hogback in these situations, but we don't... I mean, our board's full anyway. We don't even have targets, so...
Yeah, we don't...
Perona is a great pick.
Because we've done stuff like ores, we don't really have a very bountiful trash, right? So just using Perona to guarantee and also free up a spot, you don't have to play over a character, is going to get that 9-cost Boa out. And be able to heal a life while also forcing Omertoza to take a life. So now going in has a couple potential swings. The Boa does not benefit from the plus 1,000 power. It doesn't matter too much in this situation, but just for future reference, if you're curious, 7,000 power with the leader is a counter round. And now the ores coming in with the swing is going to be a 2K. The 10,000 power swing just going at face. Face is the place right now.
It looks like another Thriller Bark trigger.
So with the Thriller Barks, what do you do exactly? Do you try to maybe set up a hogback or something like that? There's nothing really that you're worried about swinging with, but is going to go in with the 8-cost Gecko to play out the hogback. That kind of tells you, I feel like, as the Gecko player, that maybe there's still big bodies in the hand for Nami to be able to play in the coming turns. So the 5-on-5 violence is going to go ahead, let that on KO effect happen, is going to be able to play out Baby 5. It does have a trigger, so it is a viable target, I believe, to be able to get off of that hogback, although maybe not the most important one that you want. And now passing off the turn, the Baby 5, I believe, is it is a 5,000 power character, so can swing in at the Gecko. So honestly, not a bad choice.
There's at least one Borzolino, but I don't know if that's the ideal play. Maybe like a 10-cost Newgate or another Morio would be the best. I think that's being able.
Yeah, I think it was the alternate art of the 10-cost Newgate from OP13. I think we have a choice between Gecko or Edward Newgate on this turn.
By the way, that 8-cost Moria is on the board, right?
Yes, the 8-cost Moria is on the board. Yes.
Do you know if the ores replays itself rested or active?
It should replay itself as active because I don't think it specifies rested. Yeah, it just says play this character card from your trash. So you would, I mean, I guess you could play it as rested if you want to try to get another swing into it.
Yeah, I'm thinking that like there's only 3 cards in trash in on Moria side, so it could be worth giving a swing at the ores.
Because it would force the Perona to go back into the deck. But with the swing with the Baby 5 is just going to counter out 1. So if you do try to swing into this ores, the Perona at least is going to stick around in a sense. But still, I don't know if it's worth it at this point now that there's something else. But the 10-cost Newgate coming down onto the field. Draw 2, trash 1, as you may remember from all the Ace days, is going to go ahead and pitch one of their own 4-cost Zoros and now go in and attach these Dawn 2 characters. Is going to go 12,000 power over at the 10,000 power Gecko. Now Ors is going, or wait. Oh no, Ors only specifies on your field. So it does go back down to a 0 power character. The 8-cost Gecko trigger playing down the Zoro is going to allow the Gecko player to trash 1 card in hand and heal 1 because of that on play effect, moving him back up to 3. Now with the Robin continuously going in is going to get the Gecko down to 2. Still 2 doesn't feel like incredible, I feel like, in a lot of situations, because we saw in the last round a Gecko go from 0 to 2 and really stabilize in a game plan. And so like even Gecko at 2, he's got a pretty healthy hand size.
Yeah, I think I saw 9 Boa in there. Yeah. I don't think we can ever go for game here, but 9 Boa, I think we probably never die this next turn.
Yeah, especially with maybe some of the cards in hand. If we've got at least a little bit of counter, we can utilize potentially the on KO effect on the hogback that we have on the field to be able to play out the Perona to keep that Kiku Nojo in jail, as you were talking about earlier. Tax fraud, as some would say, but is going to go in with the 5 swing at the Baby 5. Just try to neutralize the board a little bit. So now in the swings is taken, or yeah, because the Kikunojo is not stunned as of yet. Yeah, I think the 9, you just go in with the 9 maybe over the Black Hogback for
Wait, are
the
we
Boa
not?
Hancock.
Oh, okay, yeah. Maybe
Yeah.
he wants a leader effect and replay the Black Hogback.
No, you
Okay, I
can't
see.
replay the Black Hogback. You can only play
okay,
the
never
Perona
mind.
because Hogback specifies a trigger. It was in our finals of yesterday's store regional, and it counted as a game loss because the game went on too long after that.
Oh,
So
wow.
that's
Okay.
that's a big thing I learned yesterday. So has to play the Perona, and it's probably the best option anyways, just to be able to keep this Kikunojo from attacking. Now going 7,000 power with Zora. We talked about how this is so dangerous, right? Especially on that counter out. Now another 7,000 power swing coming in at lead is going to force another card to come out of hand in that baby 5.
2K.
And the Boa, even though the Boa would be no, I don't know if you swing the Boa because you don't have any. Ors is not a 10,000 power or a 7,000 power character, right? So you only have one more swing. And so instead of risking your body to be rested on the free block, right, it's better to just maybe leave it as active.
I wonder if it made sense to leader effect the ores instead, actually, and leave the hog back on board. Because that swing might actually matter next turn. And
I
that
mean,
hog
it
back,
could, yeah. Because if you don't plan on playing another like 8-cost Gecko, then that's a huge influence. Unless maybe you try to dawn up on your leader to be able to get ores to swing.
So there's at least one Borsa.
So Nami more than likely not going to stay at 0 life for too much longer. But first starts out with a search of Will You Be My Servant. Does find another Borsalino and maybe is going to put it in the hand. Maybe try to conceal that there's 2 Borsalinos now in the hand at this point to try to elongate this game a little bit more. Does also have another 10-cost Newgate.
There is a read from the Moria side that the Nami is kind of bricked up because we did see a 2K given on the 7K swing.
Yeah, I feel like there's been 1 or 2 times in this game already that on a 7,000 power swing and a 7,000 power leader, we've given up a 2K. So a couple different options for you on this turn. I definitely think Borsalino is the play, right? You give yourself another life, you give yourself another potential trigger, but how much do you try to go at board, right? Do you try to get rid of this Zoro? But the more that you swing at board, the more you don't pressure life and then you give the Gecko time. So it starts out with a Borsalino.
So maybe we're supposed to start some small swings at leader because in theory there is like a chance at lethal. We have 4 swings against a Moria with 5 cards in hand. I think after we put up Borsalino, we're never going for it.
Yeah, so you kind of just leave your opponent guessing at this point, whereas right now they might feel pretty safe on taking as much life as they want right now.
It's a 2K off the top of life. It's a big deal.
It's going to be a nice amount of counter to be able to try to survive. Attaches 4 Dawn for a... wait, was it 4 Dawn or 5?
That was 4. That's... I don't know if this life...
Oh, we did 1 drop from a search event, and then we did 5 for a Borsalino. Yeah, so 9,000 power at life is going to go ahead and take it. Probably not swinging the Newgate on this turn, but we still have an 8-cost Gecko for 10,000 power.
Yeah, I feel like we should just swing at the Zoro. If we're not going for game this turn anyways.
Yeah, just minimize the amount of tax that we're going to have at our face coming in the next turn. Especially because even if we're at 1 life, if they caught maybe the tail end of the stream game last round, we saw 9-cost Boa be utilized in a 1 life situation to force them to go down to 0 with all the swings that they've got coming. Especially with only 1 or 2 blockers on the Nami side.
Ooh, looking pretty bricked up.
Yeah, I know we see a 4-cost Zoro, which could be nice to go ahead and heal if we wanted to, but a couple other bricks on top of that. Has now 7 cards in hand, I believe the Nami has. That's a lot of cards in hand when you don't have Well, maybe you do. Maybe you do have a good read on the on maybe not having too much counter because of the over countering that we talked about earlier.
Yeah, although there's still, I don't think Moria can get through next turn. To be honest, with 2 blockers up,
Mm-hmm. 2
it's gonna
blockers, a
be really
life,
tough.
and
Yeah.
maybe a trigger that says, okay, one of your 4 drops is not going to be able to attack, which could include ores.
Yeah, and Moria does not deal with the blockers too well, so yeah, my guess is I think that Moria's thinking about like he has enough counter to get out of this 9, but not the next 12 from the new gate.
Mhm.
But I think you can make the guess that he won't swing with new gate anyways. I think Nami's gonna play it safe anyways.
We're still doing the gecko swing, right?
Gecko.
Is this the 8 cost gecko swing that we're trying to fulfill right now?
Oh yeah, I think okay.
Yeah, 10,000 power.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, 10,000 power. Yeah, 10,000.
Which is even harder, and we pitched the whole hand to be able to get out of that attack.
Yeah, okay, yeah. So you had enough to get out of 10k swing, but not the 12k.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like sometimes in the situations it's okay to take it anyways, because I don't think Nami wants to risk turning a blocker sideways.
You need to make them go for it, especially when they already committed the 5 to heal. So the first 5k swing is going to go ahead to make the Nami a 7k leader. Leader effect now boosting the board 1,000 power and also keeping the Kiku Nojo from ever turning sideways in this game. I don't think has another 9 cost boa to be able to play down to get him down to 0.
I just saw him potentially tap a Dawn. It might be I don't know if he's trying to live another turn. I don't know if that's gonna work out.
Mm-hmm. So with the 8, could be able to go up to 2 life yet again. Maybe if he's got 3 cards in hand, he would have like no cards in hand after using leader effect to heal 1 to go to 3. So I don't even know if that's worth it. So just on the counter there to be able to get out of that attack once again. A third Borsalino. Nami looking pretty good in this game, so long as they can get out of this turn, which seems more than likely. Especially with these 11,000 power swings, like if all you have to lose is Borsalino on this turn, that's not bad in terms of a blocker, because you have 8, 10, 12 already as standing bodies.
And the tough thing here is that like the new gate's so big, like you swing 11, he actually just gets a free block.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it looks like he's not committing to going for lethal, but I don't think he can ever live the next turn.
Yeah, I don't think you can ever get out of this with so few cards in hand. So is just going to go the 11,000 power swing, is going to take up the free block now on the Edward Newgate. Trying to not reveal anything either in the hand or the life. Now the other 11,000 power swing with the Boa Hancock. We'll see if he let's see if he blocks with Borsalino, maybe takes the life, goes down to 0, and maybe has a body on the field, but no, just goes ahead with the block. Akos Gecko playing out the Kumasi from the trash. I think Kumasi has to be your target, right? Because you got to give yourself flexibility of either the 2K or not. I think that because you had the Gecko on the field, now you have a 7,000 power swing in the ores at least, so you can get another card out of hand. But no, still had some counter.
Did Moria use the leader effect this turn, right?
Yes, it used it after swinging the Perona, yeah. So it's an 8,000 power swing, sorry. So Kumasi goes in for 9K in total. So now for the Nami, 3 cards in hand for our Gecko, 1 being a brick. Yeah, I don't like our odds.
Yeah, I think that's another Moria, like a 6 cost Moria in the back, I believe. So that's another brick.
So now a 9,000 power swing coming from this Robin is going to go with the Kumasi, putting it in hand to get the Hog back on the field to be able to put 2 cards at the bottom of the deck to more than likely get a 2K in hand.
Can he get the there's a plus 3K event.
Oh,
Yeah.
can he grab the brick bat? I didn't even think about that as an option.
If he hits 8
So-
Moria or something, he can heal. He can play the 4-cost Zoro.
Is
Okay,
going to be
that's
your
not the right one.
Ryuma, which is a thriller bark. You can get just a 2K from the trash yet again, cycling out those hogbacks. You don't have any more brick bats available to you. Still a full 10 Dawn from the Nami.
Yeah, I mean that's a 22K swing, right? There's just no way.
Yeah, I mean, just going to go for the 12-15 route. I think no matter what, going to be able to get out of this one. I don't even know if you can get out of this swing right here. Brickbat being plus 3,000 power. You got 2K, 1K, and then a pass off in the game. Looks like Nami is going to be the winner of the Zulu Board Game Cafe Store Championship. Looked pretty good for Gecko, and we saw some exciting things from Gecko in the last couple rounds, but just couldn't reach the finish in this one.
Yeah, it's definitely pretty rough. I mean, that's how the matchup goes sometimes.
Mhm.
Maybe Moria had a little better chances if they YOLO went for lethal last turn. I don't know what the numbers are. It's definitely not great.
It's definitely hard, right? Because one of the strengths of Nami is just becoming a 7,000 power leader for the entire turn. That just makes countering a lot of like wide board kind of swings and strategies like Echo way easier and stuff like that. Even if they can reach 7,000 power pretty easily with stuff like the Zoros and of the sorts.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah.
I mean, I don't remember how much counter is in hand, but I think the numbers are like not terrible for the Moria.
Mm-hmm. And I wonder how much the Ors like put in work for the Moria, right? Because it was in that situation where, you know, when he did play it on the field, it was one of those of like, well, we don't really even know if he has any other plays outside of this Ors to be able to get out onto the field right now. And even though we did get to see the cycle of like the on KO effect and stuff, made his trash really small at a certain point. I wonder how much that helped or hurt him in the end.
Yeah, I mean, I think the really unfortunate thing is that the ACOS Moria, it died to a 12K swing, if I remember correctly.
Yes.
So I think that Ors only got like maybe like 3 swings in for the game. And then after that, it was just, I mean, it was not a unit after that.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of times, especially, I feel like, I mean, I haven't tested Ors in the Gecko deck. This was my first time seeing it, but I feel like if you're going to play Ors, the idea of it is that you expect your Gecko to stay on the field the entirety of the game. Like, you're always going to have Ors to be able to be a 7,000 power body, I feel like. So, yeah, there was like another turn and whatnot. There was a turn where like he was a 0 power character, he was not able to swing, and I think that hurt him, right? And especially in the turn when he played it down, that 6th on turn, right, not having a 10,000 power Gecko on the field, it's just a body on the field that can't swing, so then you lose out on an attack in that scenario as well.
Yeah, I imagine like if you curve super perfectly, you play like a regular 4-drop, and then you play Ors off of the 6-cost unit.
Yeah,
and then you can immediately swing with the 8-drop.
I think that's probably a pretty good one.
That's just like really ideal. I don't think you can ask for that every time.
Especially because Ors is probably like it's probably not a 4 of in your deck, right? I know that the deck has a lot of cool different options that you can play and stuff like that, but it is probably tight in that area at least, especially because we also saw Ryuma, we saw Brickbats in there as well. So probably 1, maybe 2 of them at the most, I feel like, in the list, if anything.
Yeah, I definitely think like it's a cool idea though, and playing bodies like Zoro and Ors that are not 5K units really helps. And like I imagine if you're playing Moria, like you don't want to inst lose Anami, like you want to have a chance. And I didn't see the game, but it paid off for him last round.
Yeah,
and overall like a good event.
It probably overall gave you a little bit of percentage points within that matchup specifically. I don't know how much in your overall matchup spread it helps, because again, you got to have that 8-cost Gecko on the field. Something like Lucy, where 8-cost Gecko could die or bottom deck at any moment, maybe doesn't help. But congratulations again to our Nami for becoming the winner of the Zulu Board Game Cafe Championships. Josh, thank you so much for joining me. in this one. Great to have you, especially as a good mind, as the people say in the game.
Yep. Thank you, Jake. Thanks for having me.
Of course. Yeah. And thank you also so much to Zulu's Board Game Cafe for allowing me to have this championship on the channel to broadcast them. This was a ton of fun, especially as we got things going right. Thankfully, we were able to showcase every single game in the championship. I know the first game was a little bit muted, but that's what happens sometimes. And it's a learning experience for everyone. This kind of thing doesn't happen too much, I feel like, in a lot of different things. We're trying to make something that can happen a little bit more consistently. And again, if you want to support Zulu's Board Game Cafe, you can check out the link in the description below on YouTube to be able to check it out. And also the Twitch, if you want to do !Zulu, you'll be able to see their link right there. It was definitely a great stream and some really fun matches. And again, we'll be live tomorrow morning. We'll be live to check out the Red Bull Double Dawn Championships. And then on Tuesday, we've got the Chinois Cup and plenty more videos on YouTube along the way. Thank you so much for joining me. My name is Jake. You can also call me Atrocious. I love the One Piece card game and I love talking to it. And congratulations again to our players qualifying for nationals and our blue yellow Nami player for winning the store championship. Thank you so much, and we'll see you later.